Yeah. Going back to our conversation about kind of surfing and different type of athletic sports, talking about Jonah Kuhio and how he was an athlete, and also John Henry Wise and martial arts and so forth. Max Holloway, for example, is a surfer who's, of course, the best in fighting. And here we have Shimpei looking for the barrel at the backdoor shootout.
Close out. You never know what you can find. Yeah, the Holloways. Shout out to Makaha. I know a lot of you guys are tuning in. And it'll be Buffalo Big Board Surfing Classic season coming up February. So you guys join on in. Another prestige event locally run just like this one. And the Huio He'inalu will be on hand, most definitely. Replay from that last one, Isaiah.
Yeah, this is looking at what happened with Shimpei. He's hunting these backdoor waves, but unfortunately, a little too deep. The wave races off ahead of him, and he's forced to straighten out. But he's getting a ride back on the ski, right back out there with 4 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Thank goodness you have the ski, because guess what? You could still get back out and catch more waves.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is nice. Yeah, why paddle? Shimpei's arms must be burning from that. They've just been swell after swell, even though we didn't run the backdoor shootout over the weekend. These guys have been surfing. So he took a day off yesterday, a well-recovering day off. Rest those muscles. They make it look so easy.
Back to some detail about Henry Wise that I really love his story. We talked about how him and Jonah Kuhio, Kalani Ole, Prince Kuhio, often called here in Hawaii, were close friends. Both of them well-educated overseas and became politicians, leaders in the territory of Hawaii. Both of them were advocates. Actually, I should say that John Henry Wise was a supporter and an advocate of Prince Kuhio's Hawaiian Homes Commission Act bill that was finally passed in 1920, which essentially gave homestead lands to Native Hawaiians who were struggling to stay on the land.
That's huge.
But, Henry Wise, awesome player in our history. And here we go. Pulling in finally into this backdoor. Let's see if he comes out.
Shimpei, yes, with so much character, enthusiasm, and look at all these ruts. Yeah, moguls, no problem. Eat them up. Shimpei Horiguchi.
Oh, it's great. I'm happy for him. Nice. He's been hunting those backdoor waves all morning. Looking at the clock like, he was just on the ski 30 seconds ago. Here we go. Replay. Pulls in deep. Comes out.
Beautiful.
Nice no-claim. There's those ruts you were talking about, a little bit of backwash. But Shimpei,
Hawaiian moguls,
showing us how to do it.
Man, I tell you, Shimpei had one of the bigger wipeouts of the event as he got absolutely ejected. I believe that was the first, as we call here in the islands, dirty lickings of the event. With a smile, Shimpei.
Yeah, beautiful wave by Shimpei. And Team Japan doing really well in this heat. We've seen a lot of great rides from all of them, but Kenshin, Ryuku, and Shogo, Ryaru, all of them scoring good waves here on this beautiful morning at Pipeline
as well.
And we've seen the conditions as the sun getting higher in the sky, and I heard you and Rocky were talking earlier about this little bit of morning sickness that sometimes can occur on the North Shore when there's not strong prevailing winds. And so right now we're seeing that clean up the lineup and grooming the surf with a little bit of our easterly trade winds today. I looked at the forecast. It's really optimal wind conditions. They're blowing light out of the east direction. So
you've seen that moon, That thing added some energy on. As you guys talk about morning sickness, Pipeline and Backdoor in the dark was absolutely firing. And then I just seen our neighbor lean over, another amazing surfer from the Proving Grounds and one of my good buddies, Ty Van Dyke. Maui no Ka'oi, but one of the brothers right here on the sands right here at the Proving Ground. So, Ty, how you, brother?
Awesome. The full moon. It's cool in Hawaii. We have days of the week in our calendar, and Hawaiians had days. Every day had a name for the month. So you go through what's called the Hawaiian moon calendars we have, and each day the phase of the moon has a name, and it would be associated with that day. We've got the Stance Ohana.
All right.
Yes.
Front row seats. We're
David's
getting our beach
kids,
back, gang.
some of them. Kavika Jr., holding baby, the grandkids. Najohana and all the crew down there.
Oh, nice. All right. Oh, an original family legacy.
I think that was Mine, daughter of David Stant down there. So he has was it three boys and one daughter, and Mine, I think, tougher than all the boys.
For real.
Yeah.
All right.
I was talking to her the other day. She's a police officer from Hawaii HPD, and she was telling me she likes to be in the action. She doesn't like being on the slow watches, and because she's right out there in the mix. And
gotcha.
Pretty tough one.
Oh, I love it. Manawahine.
Final right before the horn.
Shogo, young man, and just getting hit in the back of the head by the lip, but on his way. Ooh, gang, that ends Team Japan. Excellent performance after the horn, but still going to drive through. That is Kenshin Matsunaga. So, hey, Isaiah Walker with Ezra Rodriguez. We're going to throw it to break. Stay tuned, gang. Aloha.
Aloha.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha ohana and welcome back. It's 10:04 and welcome back as we shoot out into 2025 at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. day number 4, the last and final day. We are into round 5 at North Shore Surf Shop, and look at this beautiful drone footage here as we got Ayala Stewart, Mike High, McNamara, Landon McNamara, Steve Roberson, and Legend Chandler. What's up, Chandler Ohana over there? Couple houses down. Love and aloha to you guys, as these guys are about to do some amazing pipe and backdoor surfing. And these guys are on a tear. One of the teams that pack some serious barrels. And North Shore Surf Shop, you could be finding them in Haleiwa. You also have the Eddie I. Cow Invitational winner, the McNamara legacy. That is Landon McNamara. But up and riding in the barrel, I believe that was Stevie Roberson from the Proving Grounds here at Volcom. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and with me in the booth is Rocky Cannon. Aloha, my brother.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
It is final day, the Hui BackDoor Shootout, and I like this mix of experience and youth in this heat. You got
good balance.
Eddie Champ, Landon McNamara, his older brother Mackay.
Yeah, no joke Charger.
McNamara, and Ayala's been around a while now.
Yeah.
And then young boys, Stevie and
Legend.
And, Legend.
Here we go, Legend.
Oh, look at this water
Up
shot.
and riding, textbook, into the pipe cone.
Ooh, it's starting to get kind of crispy right now.
Oh, right?
Got that look.
Oh, man.
Lovely.
There's Stevie digging some water, getting back out to the lineup.
So we're going to check out this replay of Legend from the beach view. Nice focused late drop. Got a little bit foamy on the end there. Oof. And, pretty textbook. But Pipeline started to look like it's
changing,
coming into its more usual form.
Yeah, good way to start a heat for Legend, too. He got a late start last we ran on Aloha Friday. This kid's packing a punch, man.
Yeah, had a good showing at the Vans Pipe Masters. Won a couple of bags of cash. And the Van Doren Ohana doing great work always at that historic and very
brown bags of cash.
Event. Yeah, and so Legend had a couple. And he rolls deep, man. He's got a good family support.
Big time.
And a wide range of friends, and they're cheering him on, and it was fun to watch. And he's now continuing that flow here into the backdoor shootout.
They're the new coming out of that yard, and here we go as this team, North Shore Surf Shop, they see what's happening. There's Landon McNamara, deepest of the pack, Mackay right next to him, and we got Ayala Stewart up and riding, dropping down vertical, nice pump under the hood, gets spat out, ollies over safety green, throws down a little Larry Lay for some extra points, and Rocky.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, he's unreal.
Yeah.
Love watching Ayala Stewart.
Now it's got, some Groms and his family man.
Yeah.
And, watch these guys on the
Grow
replay
up.
here. Watch them from when they were young, and then they have families, and the cycle and circle continues. A beautiful thing.
Big time. Back to live. There's our safety green and safety blue jerseys in the lineup. That is our photographer bowl, the best of the best. And thank you guys for capturing all the magic. That's Landon and his brother sitting deep. And guys.
We got folks tuning in from around the world. We got the crew from Jacksonville Beach tuning in. Brother Kai, so great to see the waves finally start to turn on a little bit and get us down to our final day. We can see who's going to be the 2025 champ. Billy Kemper, our defending champ. Team Volcom, the defending team champs. And Mahina is standing by with a member from Team Japan. Take it away, Mahina.
Mahina down here at the beach with Kenshin Matsunaga from Team Japan. Kenshin, 最後のヒート1本乗れてすっごい嬉しかったですか？
はい、嬉しかったです。
まあ、お兄ちゃん大輝松永とりなちゃんとどういう関係ありますか？まあ、なんだっけ、そのインフルエンスか、そういう、なんだっけ、試合か、そういう感じ。
兄からは結構やっぱり兄がパイプでビッグウェーブやってたんで自分も やり始めてすごい尊敬っていうか影響をもらってて、姉もいつも支えてくれてるんで、はい、一緒にトレーニングしたり最高です。
バックドアシュートアウト出れることってどういう意味ですか？
本当に、伝統っていうか昔からあるハワイのそのエリア会みたいな大会なんで光栄です。はい。
まあ次ももっといい波乗れて、頑張ってください。あと、パイプかバックドアどっちの方がいいですか？
自分はパイプです。
So back to you guys in the booth. He does say that he rather chooses pipe over backdoor, and so I wish you all the best. もう次のヒートも頑張ってください。And back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you. Mahalo mahina. Domo arigato gozaimashita. Mahalo for that dual language interview. That is very talented and cool that Mahina also can Olelo Japanese. And
we got some pipe backdoor whistles, I heard.
Yeah,
and,
there's a wave coming through.
Yeah.
This is North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. So, you know, Papa Uncle Liam is definitely putting some pieces in place right now from the shore.
Dad, man.
And Grandpa too nowadays. Yeah. So
here we
like
go.
We said, the circle of life, legend Chandler. Oh, what a great ride, legend.
Oh, that was beautiful. 2 in a row, backflip. He liked it. You know, Mananalo too, his brother. Amazing, like his older brother, but also runner-up in the longboard specialty event.
Yeah, he was last year's champ, so the Chandlers making their presence felt here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout, and legend. Grabbing the rail, pulling in, super stylish, really a beautiful technique to kind of navigate high and low like that was really, really skillful.
Love it. This is
looking quite mature for a young lad.
Oh, big time. And that guy, Ala Stewart, out the back, as we're talking about daddyhood, guess what? His longboard brother just had a baby girl. So congratulations, right on, Connie Ala Stewart and the Stewart Ohana.
Yep, that is something we talked about earlier. I guess Isaiah Walker has his youngest birthday today. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So his youngest, Makamai, is a birthday today. So
how exciting. What a beautiful
parenthood,
day.
You know, talk about a game changer, life changer. Just, I know it gets cliche-ish, but it is so true.
Yeah. I'm a 3-girl daddy. What's up, girls?
You bugger you. I that would have been me if I would have kept going, but stopped at 2.
Oh, boy.
Stopped at 2, and I'm still way outnumbered.
You're outnumbered in the household.
Yeah. And the other day we went.
Some replays.
So, have the weekend off. It's cool, you know, go hang with the family. We went to the Kapolei roller rink.
Nice.
Inline skating
How's
rink.
your roller skating action?
Oh, it's horrible. I fell one time, and I'm like, okay, I got to stop because I felt that was going to be, I was feeling that for a little while at the dad age. But we got highlights to look at of Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana while we wait for our next set to come in.
Andrew LaGreca on the ski.
And check out Ala. Nice level change right there, going from up high, back to down low.
Nice
Not
read.
Easy to do.
Not easy. There's Legend.
And Legend. So we were checking out some highlights while highlights were being made live. We'll get you back to those. The great thing is that Zone Media has got us covered with every wave ridden. So don't worry, folks. We're not missing anything. Makai McNamara not missing the barrel here. Just nailing it squarely in the right place to be.
In the tube. Oh, nice redirect up the mid-bowl.
And Landon had a nice read on this one with the little fade. Bottom turn. Patiently waiting for that one to throw right over, and comes out stylish.
Beautiful style. No joke.
And while we were watching those highlights, as we watched this live action,
right here,
this is landed.
Yeah.
So straight from a highlight into another wave and went through the group of photographers.
Ooh, McNamara legacy.
That is definitely a risky job that we appreciate from our photographers. Legend Chandler.
Oh, on a
tucking it
medium
in.
one. Oh, no problem. He's looking for some entertainment on the end. You know, when you're young like that, this guy is like full of energy, full tank of gas, and super talented beyond his years. So,
yep, a lot of adrenaline coming after the exit from a barrel like that.
I did see him over at the Pipe Masters come out of a tube while you were commentating him. Massive air at the end bowl. The still shot that went viral was just insane. So Legend Chandler, you know, Kauai roots, but, oh, man, surfing super strong. He's got some Andy-esque, I see, inside of him, just his knowledge and him watching his uncles and people coming before him. Oh, nice. Under the hood, deep backdoor. Pumping. Stevie Roberson and then holding it for the 2-for-1. Oh, what a good wave.
There's Landon's pipe barrel that we caught up with live, and then Legends wave right after.
And Rock, this is during the highlights. So North Shore Surf Shop coming in strong on their fifth round heat. This is surf number 5.
Yeah, we're at that mid-morning hour of Hawaii Standard Time. So that is when pipe kind of typically, you know, there's days where right off the bat it's firing from 6 a.m. But it typically will wait until the sun peaks over that mountain behind us before really starting to turn on.
Yeah.
And today's one of those days where it was a little bit slow, a little bumpy, a little, we call it a warble. But that word actually means to sing, like a bird warbles.
Really?
But we call it a warble. Yeah. I don't know, like, how, I think I first heard it from Tamayo Perry, another brother that was
a warble is a bird cry,
way too soon, but it's
a
bird sing. But we call it a warble because it's almost like a wobble.
Yeah.
And a
wonk.
A wonk. And, so there's some warbles this morning. And those have kind of smoothed out.
Yeah,
and we saw Team Peru, really have a hard time finding a wave to come in first. And then the wave that did come had that little kind of morning sickness. We used that phrase earlier, too.
Yeah. I think what happened, the moon was going down and the sun was coming up. Something happened.
Yeah, it was a little lunar, solar thingamajiggy jargon.
It was magnetic.
But now it's starting to kind of smooth out, get the little trade wind, brush and groom over the surface.
Yeah.
Like that final coat of paint
on
the last part of your house. That's one, painting is tough.
You mean you didn't paint your house? I'm a sash man,
No,
I
really enjoy or appreciate the folks that are able to do that kind of work. But, oh, my gosh.
Used to paint with my friend Nolan Caldera. We was taking it over.
I'm like, man, I need
shout out
something
to you,
good
brother.
on the radio to keep me going. But
right?
It is that trade wind, nice brush that we're seeing right now.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Over the surface of the water that's getting pipeline to turn on. And backdoor, too.
And for those of you just joining us, this is also the 50th anniversary of Hui O'He'inalu.
Hui 5-0.
Hui 5-0. Oh, that could be a show, but it would be rated bro. You know that kind.
Oh,
these guys, the original purpose, 1970s, North Shore.
TVMA, bro. Mature audiences only.
Yeah, this place attracting surfers all the way from the 70s, and they created a club, 1975.
Yep, there was a big movement to, just ensure that Hawaiians would still have a place in the waves.
Yep, love for the land, Mauka to Makai, compassion and respect. And that's why some of these teams from around the world are deserving of getting invited into something so special, Rock.
Yeah, it is a truly unique event with things that are featured you won't find in any other contest. This team format, and we've seen the other team formats where, like, you send And I think this was kind of almost going to be like maybe the Olympic style, where you like have a surfer in the water, then you come in and tag your next guy to go out and catch a wave. You have a time spot. You're surfing against other teams actively in the water. So it's that kind of first-person competition style. To this more revolutionized or evolutionary team surfing, where you're surfing with your team in the water. So it's all your buddies. So there's no squabbling or hassling, battling for waves. And so that is a great feature that
gentleman etiquette.
Increases the amount of actual surfing rather than, the ticky-tack,
because
paddling tactics.
If there's no etiquette, even in just a regular surf lineup, there will be no balance. Surfing has its own ecosystem.
Right.
Come on now.
Yeah, definitely true. And then the scoring. We go up to 12 points. We're not stopping at 10 because there's waves here at Backdoor and Pipe that are better than 10s. And that being said, I'm so glad, my wife is a 12. I scored big time.
Yeah, you got it, Ra. Yeah, you rock. Oh, you getting brownie points? You like just
a sprinkle on top, throw it in there. Sunset Point in the background, Rocky Point just off to the right-hand side of the screen. Part of the 7-mile miracle that is just
look at those shades
truly
of blue.
A special place. Different shades of blue, like you said, Ezra, like beautiful. The deeper, shallower water. Obviously the white that we love to see. That means there's swell.
Yes. I know it hurts, as a surfer when you don't see white water. I mean, we love where we're philosophizers connected to the ocean, but white water helps.
Yeah.
White water helps.
And then it releases all that
salt
sea
ions
mist and salt air, the ions, and so healthy to breathe in.
Oh, big time. It is.
We'll see what's happening. Paddling for a wave. The whistles are, being sounded here. Very typical for waves approaching, but sometimes you can get a little bit of eager beaver and see something or
jump the gun real easy.
Yeah, that's like, this might be approaching. Just get ready in case, but not always coming to fruition as there's so much movement outside the pipe lineup.
There is.
You see a wave stack up, and then it's a mirage, and then it just disappears, or it moves over to off the wall, or tracks more towards Ehukai. So really tricky to pick that right wave.
Yeah, you
but
can't
once
just
you do,
sit
though,
there.
Man, it is like a dream come true.
Everything lines up perfectly.
Stars aligning.
Oh, Team Volcom and the queen of
defending
Bonsai
champs.
Pipeline.
Yeah, Team Volcom.
Yeah, they did
Mike
win last year.
Moana Jones Wong, the Mojo Whoa.
Yeah, she got Mojo.
And then my kind of guy, Mike Burdine.
He had some amazing bombs on Sunday and Aloha Friday. So he's
charging.
He's up in that top 10 discussion.
He's kind of growing out of his Grom status.
Yeah, he is.
Coming into his own. And always very polite, very nice, good family upbringing. And
well-raised, Burdines.
Very talented surfer.
Yeah. And high performance, into the lip kind of surfer. No stranger to regular competition and doing that top 2 advances grind. And,
when he was younger, he was, on the smaller side for his age. He was sprouted now, but gosh, he was what we called it back then when we were judging young kids. And it was shout out to Jerry Kaufman and Jerry's Pizza. And
brother Jerry.
Shiloh and the gang as there's our judges there. We would call it man turns.
Man turns?
Little Groms doing man turns, grown-up turns, and that's what Mike Kai was doing since a very young age. And shout out to our judges, Barton Lynch, Miles Padaka, Flynn Novak, and Kaimana Henry.
Yes.
A former champ of this event.
And you got Barton Lynch up there, too. Yeah?
And Barton's up there, and Love Hodell's been up there. It's been a mixed panel with those guys.
That's awesome.
Getting the scoring in, doing a good job. Very, very tough job watching
and you guys,
all these barrels.
North Shore Board Riders taking the win this year, too. A lot of killer stuff up here on the North Shore.
Yeah.
And, man, how would that be? I mean, we're talking about 11s and 12s. I mean, this heat's looking really good. It's starting to get crispy. There's a lot of heavy hitters. You never know what can happen. As you see those Pacific ribs out the back, we like to call them, that signifies waves coming to the pipeline backdoor reef, Rock.
Yep, or an old school of textile material, corduroy.
McNamara making the move. Yeah, corduroys. And corduroys are coming back, man. Oh, yeah.
The cords.
Yeah, they never left, but the Cavaricis left. The Cavaricis left with the belt.
Yeah.
We could bring that back.
So did the stonewash or acid wash jeans or whatever.
Yeah.
Classic. Oh, man, so fun watching the footage and pictures from the 80s and 90s. And
big time.
The styles and
fashions. But all those styles come back, yeah.
And, you know what the crazy thing that's coming back is a big Oakley sunglass kind of style. The blades.
For real, the blades. I know. Those have been really popular.
I know. They're like
it's
crazy
like that
retro
HBO series,
comeback.
40 yards and down. That guy just wears those glasses all day long.
Here we go. We've got some waves approaching. We'll see if anybody is going to be lured into one of these.
Yeah, 5 minutes mark right there as we hear our beach announcer, Iolani Adams.
Yep, coming over from the west side to help us out on the North Shore, and the Hui member, and also...
Yeah, awesome, brother. You can find him
some
down
good work
at
done. Mahalo, bro.
Kiwalos, too, taking care of the youth program, doing amazing things for
so awesome.
Kids, instilling our roots and culture. Something that the Hui is all about. And we'll be seeing some of the members later on today, I believe. So you guys stay tuned for that. As North Shore had an influx of craziness in the 1970s. But, if with etiquette and respect, there is a balance. But, bro, you cannot just come over here and break things like it's Disneyland, bro. It's not easy. Hard for fix. I'm in the state. State can be behind on fixing stuff. But here we go. They're going to paddle in as they got pulled a little bit too far out. And super stoked. Yeah, Rocky
Team
on
North
the
Shore
live.
Surf Shop. And brother Ezra right here. Rocky Cannon bringing you live action at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. We're watching the Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. These guys... they got a pretty powerhouse team with Ayala, Mackay, Landon, and then the young bucks, Steve Roberson and Legend Chandler. And we're going to watch as
Eddie Winner.
Landon decided to bail out last moment. Hopefully he's okay. Got stuck in the lip. The beach crowd is kind of holding their breath right now, along with Landon, who's now back at the surface. And the drone shot getting a good look. The head on top, hand on the head means I'm okay. Nolan Keolana with the pickup right as the wave is coming.
Oh, no joke.
And
they might have lost him just a
Landon
quick one.
just lost his grip a little bit. That was tight quarters, man. That is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Watch how quick he gets
having
out there.
to deal with
the
imminent white water of the next wave, trying to navigate the wave before. Kyle Powell with the pickup right there. So Kyle comes in to back up Nolan. And good teamwork, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
So swift
round of
and
applause.
fast.
We should give them a nice clap there, bro. Good job, boys.
And the whistles, you can hear Liam McNamara. I was looking for him on the coconut tree, but he's somewhere. Dads, surf legacy dads like that. This guy was out here from the 80s. Heavy days, pipeline backdoor. And yes, this is North Shore Surf Shop, guys. Your one-stop shop for everything you want to see. These guys riding on the North Shore, what they're wearing. Iala Stewart. This guy is no barrel dodger, but that wave didn't give him what he was looking for. So he's going to straighten out, reset. Stevie Roberson.
Yeah, Stevie.
Nice. Part
Got
of the
some really
grounds.
nice messages from some of the Roberson folks.
Nice.
Tuning in. And
Kaleo grew up in this house.
Yeah.
In the days of the wild Volcom days, Bruce Irons and them. Got Ty Van Dyke right next door, watching on TV and looking out his balcony. perfect.
And check it out, Stevie, grabbing rail, looking pretty solid in that grab rail stance right there.
A lot of people don't know, but Stevie's uncle, Justin Roberson, rest in love, is a guy, a true pioneer of the backside air. These guys started doing airs the same time San Clemente was boosting.
Yeah.
All the brotherhood, no cell phone, coconut wireless. I don't even know how we traveled and got together. You know what I mean? You're forged by the ocean to meet up underneath the palm tree, no phone. You know the kind.
Yep, just under a minute remaining. But, yeah, I mean, they definitely had the helpful breezes to get under the board on some of those waves.
Oh,
and
big time.
Classic
HGA logo
surfing from the Maui boys, always.
So the time is counting down, and we're just straight back to back. We're going to go right into Team Volcom with Balaram Stack, Moana Jones, Makana, and Jake Maki. Couple swells is just dragging over the reef, the wrong degree of angle. So countdown.
Yeah, so Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana gets some decent rides to add to their score line, but nothing that was totally mind-blowing, but solid surfing. And we're going to be right back with more action from the Hui BackDoor Shootout. It'll be heat number 6, Team Volcom, defending champs. Coming up next. Stay tuned.
Nice.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Welcome back to the beautiful aerial view, courtesy of Zone Media, of the Hui BackDoor Shootout into Moana Jones Wong Mojo. Whoa! All of her names have Mo and then Joe and then Whoa.
Love it.
That worked out kind of nicely there. If we go at another ride for Team Volcom.
Makana Pang.
That is the gift. Want to give a shout out to Ipple Films, Eric Ipple, in that ultra clear slow-mo.
So
just
cool.
Fully high def. Bethany Hamilton featured on that pipeline wave. Just a inspirational story and person overall. And the lineup here, the 2022 Vans Pipe Master Champion, Balaram Stack, Moana Jones-Wong, several times pipe champion, Makana Pang, and Jake Maki and Maikai Burdine, all pipe chargers with hopes of victories to add to their resume.
Look at
beautiful
the colors.
Yeah, man, so clear.
Beautiful, yeah. Love these drone shots. We've seen the sun coming out, the conditions becoming really pristine. You can see right through the water, see the various contours of pipeline. As we know, it's not a flat reef out there. Got all kind of twists and turns and caves and
edges
sand,
and points.
All kind of cool stuff.
And we're going to take you down to the beach, come out of the sky, and back to the beach with Mahina Maeda standing by with Ayala.
Good morning down here at Pipeline with the Hui BackDoor Shootout. I have Ayala Stewart with Mahina. That's me. Obviously, you got that great wave in that heat. Just to add to that, the score line and stuff. Just a couple months ago, or maybe a month ago, I don't really remember what day it was, you did get invited to the Eddie Aikau as an alternate, and then you were able to get onto the main heat. How does that feel going into this event compared to the Eddie Aikau?
Yeah, the being invited as an alternate for the Eddie was like a huge honor and achievement for me, and to be able to surf it the first year of getting invited, it was a day I'll remember forever. And yeah, I remember that date, and ended the year very well with like a session at Waimea, surfing all day, and then got to start the year off good with this backdoor shootout. It's a little bit different of waves, but Waimea definitely got my heart pumping and the adrenaline going, and Pipeline does that too. So thank you to Hui and Backdoor Shootout, Hui Oahu for putting on this wonderful event.
So you did, I don't know if you kind of saw, but I did kind of fill you in with that little moment that we had in your heat. One of your teammates did have a little pretty gnarly fall, which was Landon McNamara, and I wanted to kind of brush upon a point where how crucial is it to know the jet ski etiquette, giving the signs out, being able to get on the ski. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I feel like jet skis are kind of everything in charging and big wave surfing right now, and just safety precautions. So it's a language we all are learning, and we all learn now. So there's a couple of different signs where you come up from your wave. Pipeline's so dangerous, so every wipeout we're like, did he hit the reef? Is he okay? Did he hit his head? So when you come out of your wave, if you tap the top of your head, that means you're okay. So if you need help, you just start waving your hands frantically, and the jet skis will come and grab you. But I just want to give a big shout out to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, the North Shore Lifeguard Association. These guys got it dialed with the jet ski language and communicating that with us too, and makes us surfers charge harder, knowing that there's real life angels in the flesh watching over you. Waimea, Pipeline, every single day.
Well, that's super amazing to have you safe here, and as well as your teammates. And just to kind of brush up on that too, like everyone should learn all the jet ski etiquette. Your sponsor Patagonia does offer an amazing course called the Bragg course, yes. And then you are also qualified to have that
PSI inflation vest. So yeah, I think for us surfers are always, if the lifeguards aren't there, we're the next in line. So it's good to learn take the Bragg course, and just knowing how to do a tourniquet, knowing how to do CPR, and staying vigilant. So yeah, thank you guys. Take some safety courses.
Yes, thank you guys so much, and especially to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. And Ayala, hope you get more barrels and stay safe. And back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina. And some pretty cool words coming from Ayala Stewart and Hawaiian Water Patrol. The communication that has been kind of pioneered, obviously, from way back, talking about jet ski rescue, Terry Hui, Brian Keolana, Melvin Pu'u, Dennis Govea, Archipelago on Maui and to what it is now. But it's also a lot of education of the surfers,
right?
To let us know how you're doing, what the signs are, what the different movements and hand motions mean. Like Ayala, if you need help, wave frantically. Like, I'm not gonna like calmly wave like, "Hello guys." If you have time, if you have a minute, I could use a little help here. But yes, no, Ayala,
sophisticated, frantic waving.
Very, 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 very well spoken by Ayala, and a cool thing to learn about as we see Jake Maki, it looks like, at backdoor on a replay. And then Moana Jones Wong, that was just such a tight exit. We talked about the high line.
Yep.
You did, Isaiah, earlier, as Makana Pang just hanging out on the front porch. Not quite in the house yet. And Mike Kai just in the front yard, not even on the property. But you talked about that high line exit, how difficult and tricky it is to kind of navigate a path while in the barrel. It's like multitasking.
I loved your Mojo Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait, have you been conjuring that one up for a while now?
I looked at her name. I'm like, hey, because the Mojo, Moana Jones, that's a pretty easy one. You know, that's got the Mojo.
But the Whoa.
And then the Whoa with her, married name to Tehotu Wong, a talented stand-up paddle surfer and all-around good waterman. So that's added to Moana's length of her name, I will say.
Yeah, Team Volcom out on the water. I had a chance when I was on break there to go and see all of them down there on the bottom steps, and they looked excited to get in the water. And, it's cool that they have a pretty tight crew, and it seems like every round it's been the same crew in the water. Like the other teams seem to rotate other folks, so these guys got a tight crew, and they've been committed to surfing every round, despite the wave size, big or small. Although we haven't had really small surf in this event at all, but monstrous or more tameable, medium. They've been out there together as a team.
We figured out a way here at Zone Media and our production to get waves to come through live.
Okay.
We got to get a highlight reel going, because then waves are going to come during that.
There we are.
So it's almost like, the surfer who has to paddle in to make waves come out.
I love this session. This was the day one on Saturday where the swell was rising quickly. And so you had that double up section.
This is from Aloha Friday.
Oh, Kalamai.
And this is Balaram Stack, who did a nice carve into the barrel and just looking so comfortable, surfing all the way from Long Island, New York. Jake Maki from the Big Island, and coming through a nice pipe wave, the beautiful water shot here, and the different level changes and things that go on during a pipe barrel.
Yeah, Makana Pang got a lot of good waves in these earlier rounds. See him standing tall in that barrel, though he's small in stature. His posturing was very large. Maikai Burdine, and one of the better ones of the day.
Was
so
epic.
Stoked. I was talking to his dad. His pops was so proud of him for this one. From the water angle, you can see how deep and steep that one was. Beautiful ride
he was
for
disappeared.
Maikai.
Here's live action of Team Volcom and Makana Pang.
Woo!
So Makana just making that one look smooth and buttery.
Nice, with the layback jam, too, at the end.
Oh, with the jam.
With the jam.
The butter and the jam.
Butter and the jam.
Oh, making us hungry over here.
Oh, our breakfast plate was too small, that's why.
Yeah, man.
Not bad. It was delicious.
It was ono.
Mahalo.
But, man, that was very gifted by Makana.
Oh, look at this. Tall wave, rides it well. It stays open, doesn't do that clamshell that we saw early this morning. Here comes the jam. Hi-ya!
Oh, that was Bruce Lee action. And, of course, you guys know what Bruce Lee orders his favorite drink at Burger King. We'll start it over. We'll watch Jake Maki. Oh, Maikai, Bird
paddles in.
Oh, wow. That was really, that drop was so shaky it made the screen go jumble.
It did.
That wave was so tricky. Man, Talk about a difficult wave. Dropped in.
Glitched the whole wave.
Yeah, barely got it on rail. Airdropped just to make the drop was an achievement in itself to stay connected on the board. But Bruce Lee, when he goes to Burger King, you know what he orders? The wapa. And then, you know, what he orders as a drink to go with that is wata. But do you know what he orders with his biscuits from KFC?
I do not.
Wata. Just adding on to a classic right there. And yes, I am a dad. It's so obvious.
Ball around.
Oh, ball stack.
A little too deep. Tried to get as high and tight as possible, but that one ran away from him pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was looking quite futile from the start, but gives a little quick tap on the head to Water Patrol. He's okay. And when you start learning that, you see the different little movements and nuances and things. You kind of learn of how engaged the communication is between surfer and Water Patrol.
Now, I noticed something, Rocky. We'll see if Makana gets this one. Backdoors it from the drone angle.
Oh, my gosh. That was so deep. That was steep, deep, and underneath, and just crazy inverted.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to come out of that one, but
and he's okay.
Deep one. I was going to say, I don't know if it's because when I sit next to you, you put on your thinking cap, but your words get more sophisticated when you're talking story with me. Negotiate, navigate. Whoa!
My edumacation, that's why.
Keep it up. Love it. Yeah. So you got a binder here with some notes in it.
Yeah.
Putting down your favorite words. I love it.
Crossword puzzles with phrases in the margins.
Mojo, whoa.
14 minutes. A little over halfway through this heat, and they're getting some good quality waves, but that one, like,
monkey.
You know, he was looking, it was almost like a wide receiver trying to take his next step, going for the touchdown without catching the ball first. Yes. And it looked like it was going to be a really easy kind of just textbook drop that was going to require, you know, some skill, but there's so many waves here at Pipe, especially when you surf it a lot like these guys do.
Yep.
There's waves, you know, like, oh, this is going to be a sick one. I got it.
And he's right back out trying to reboot Hanaho.
Yeah, you forget to do that initial task. Kind of slips your mind a little bit. You're looking so down the line at the barrel or the potential.
Right.
And then right under your feet, that little glitch right there is what caught Jake off guard for a moment.
Correct. Like the football reference earlier with Ezra, I was talking a story about a Hawaiian football player named John or Ioane Henry Wise. And I was trying to talk a lot. I really want to highlight this individual in Hawaiian history because he was so pivotal to our history, and yet very few people know much about him. But football player. But take a look at this one. Looks like Mojo paddling for this one. Gets under the ledge, stalling, slowing down. Fortunately, the wave doesn't speed up enough.
Nice drop. Everything was done correctly. The wave just didn't produce. I think, you know, when she was paddling for it, looking down the line, hoping for its potential, and it was a beautiful looking wave, but just did not have that classic bend and pipe cylinder barrel to offer. So you'll see, eyeing it up, and from the drop, you're like, oh, this has potential to be really good. And then she had to, you know, she's also not, like, big in stature. And also was trying to, her hand was, like, shaking so hard. She was trying to stall so much. It was like, you know, trying to put the e-brake on going down a vertical hill.
Yeah.
And unable to get really in the barrel on that one, so she'll rejoin the group, talk story a little bit.
Yeah, so John Henry Wise, just real quick, from 1890 to 1893, he went to college. So he was from Big Island and then went to college. It was called Oberlin College, which is still around today in Ohio.
Okay.
And football was a new thing in the college that time. And their first year, their team was terrible. Second year, they hired a new coach by the name of John Heisman.
Okay.
Who we've made familiar with the trophy, the Heisman Award trophy.
Okay.
But this guy was like one of the best coaches, and coached this young Hawaiian to become the superstar of that team, where they ended up winning championships.
Wow.
With Ioane Henry Wise from Big Island.
Okay.
And but in 1893, the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom took place, and he went back home after school was done, and started a career in politics and also in protest. So Oberlin College was a kind of divinity college and he was trained to become a minister, which he did become.
Okay.
But he was a little unsettled with the political climate in Hawaii. And in Hawaii, people refer to this overthrow or this coup that took place in 1893 as illegal. Take a look at this camera angle of our next team going out in the water.
That'll be team 96712.
But anyway, he's a cool figure, John Henry Wise, because he was instrumental in trying to restore the Queen back to power after she was overthrown in that coup that took place in 1893. In fact, one of his best friends, we know because we talk quite a bit about it even in surfing world, is Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalanianaole. And Prince Kuhio and him, while hunting on Molokai on a trip, they strategized a way to restore the Queen back to power through force.
Okay.
The Hawaiians were trying to be very peaceful in their approach, and they were. In fact, the Queen of Hawaii, people, they erroneously misread her. She surrenders her authority after she is overthrown, but not to the provisional government of Hawaii that had overthrown her. She temporarily surrenders her executive authority or her authority to, here we go, surrendering to this pipeline wave.
Oh!
Yes, sir.
Too easy, bruh.
Love the classy bow.
Oh, man. Makana Pang delivers a bang. Mai Kai Burdine up and riding now.
Oh.
My kind of guy, Mai Kai Burdine.
Friends, 5 friends at Pipe, exchanging barrels.
I was talking to Ezra earlier. Do you remember in Surfer Magazine, they used to have this one-page section every month. It was called The Human Touch. It was basically just an interview bio of, what's your favorite food, what's your favorite
I do remember this, yeah.
And they always had like your dream session or what would be your, 6 to 8, light offshore, just my friends. I bet, and this was in the 80s and 90s, so before this event was brought into the fray, and look at, it is Balaram. All right.
Stack in a barrel.
Yep. And I bet you a lot of those surfers never thought there would be an event like this where you could fulfill that dream session. 5 friends, 6 to 8, slide offshore, and getting barreled every wave. So just a dreamy session for Team Volcom right now, pouring on the points.
Classy barrel.
Yeah, Makana Pang. Mai Kai Burdine gets another one. Balaram Stack, he's been in there many times. Former Pipe Master champion and all-around team player for Volcom.
Yeah, super cool.
Such a great run of barrels right there. And we'll see if Moana Jones can get into the mix. Moana Jones-Wong. Jake Maki out there for Team Volcom as well.
Awesome.
But this... that is so interesting about this this person that became noted. I would say surfing is officially Hawaii's pastime, but we've got the mad craze of football fans in Hawaii, and we're starting to make more of a Polynesian presence into the pro ranks.
Oh yeah, very profound.
So it's really interesting that it goes back as far as that to the 1890s.
Yeah, actually, right here we're in Red Raider Nation territory. We call it.
Which
is Red Raiders for life. Kahuku football is a mainstay, multiple state champs. Here's a Kahuku alumni right here.
Yeah, not a football player, but a surfer with his
Jake
red shorts.
Maki. Although what I do love about Jake, he's a surfer, but all his friends are football guys from Kahuku, and it's kind of cool to see him interact with those guys. And a lot of successful football players gone out of that program into the pro ranks. And so pretty cool programs. Here's the Red Raider for life pulling into this barrel. Probably not as deep and long as you wanted, but nonetheless.
Yep, a nice pose, a nice picture. All around good feelings. Looks like ball stack going backdoor.
Yee-hoo.
Backdoor ball around, getting the pump. Oh, man.
Too deep.
6 minutes remaining. Here's Makana Pang.
Love that stall with the pump.
Oh,
He's
no
coming
way.
out of that one.
Hey.
Yeah, he's got some creative.
Mantis,
he's got the creative
pose.
claims today.
So it was like Mr. Burns on The Simpsons. The pickup of Balaram, Hawaiian Water Patrol doing good work. And watch the pump through the barrel, abracadabra. Now you see me, now you don't. And
yes,
now you see me again. And the little, whatever that was.
I love this one when he stalls, and then he sees it racing, so he gives it a couple of pumps, but kind of futile effort there because the wave was just too fast.
Grab the rail to get it going, and then let go so it could get proper pumping.
Right.
And then re-grabbed all around. Stellar effort from Balaram, but not going to show much on the scoreboard. He's back out, courtesy of Hawaiian Water Patrol. And we talked about, the expedited service from backdoor, courtesy of Hawaiian Water Patrol. And with 4 minutes remaining, Balaram would have just been getting back to the lineup, maybe with a minute left or something, having to go all the way around the pipeline side. But with Hawaiian Water Patrol, he's back out in 30 seconds. Still can catch probably one or two more waves.
Yeah, totally. So speaking of sports in Hawaii at the turn of the 20th century, we talked a lot about Duka Hanamoku. Duka Hanamoku was, of course, a swimmer, won multiple gold medals in the 100-meter freestyle and others. He was also, of course, the kupuna, or they often call him the father of modern-day surfing because he took surfing around the world and displayed to everyone what an amazing thing that we have here in Hawaii called he'enalu, or surfing. Yeah. But what people maybe not also realize is that time period too there was a lot of sporting going on, including what we call barefoot football. Okay. And apparently John Henry Wise was responsible for bringing football into Hawaii after his stint there at Oberlin College, and it becomes a very popular ordeal. But Duke Hanamoku played as well. He played soccer even, was pretty good at it. And
was he playing volleyball too?
Right, and beach
volleyball.
He played water polo. He
was
on
water
the
polo.
Gold team or the Olympic team of water polo. Invented surfboard water polo.
If you haven't seen that at the Duke's Ocean Fest, it is pretty entertaining to watch.
Very. I was mentioning earlier, a lot of these the sporting games involve boxing, and boxing at the turn of the 20th century in Hawaii was a big deal. Also wrestling and martial arts. And I mentioned earlier, Prince Kuhio was all of these. He was an athlete, he was a surfer, he was a statesman. But him and John Wise, it'd be cool. I'm thinking about it, have kind of a book or some stories, a TV series maybe of John Wise and Prince Kuhio, because those guys had a pretty tumultuous life, but an exciting one too, from fighting to football to surfing to trying to restore the Queen to power by smuggling guns in from San Francisco. There's some cool photos of Prince Kuhio. He looked pretty pimp-like, He got the hat and the kind of the look, and lived in Washington, D.C., and as when he was a representative from Hawaii for the territory of Hawaii for many years. And really cool stories about these guys. But Prince Kuhio, we talk a lot about Duke Hanamoku, of course, at this event, but Prince Kuhio was older than Duke, much older, and an avid surfer. We got a split peak here. Avid surfers going left and right. Jake's kind of bummed that one didn't work out. Maikai trying to stall in this backdoor barrel. Gets low. The wave gets smaller. Still sticks with it.
Went to go shake his hair, but he had a helmet on, so just a little helmet shake.
Hard to do the whip with the hair.
Yeah. Jake did not find much on that pipe wave. Maikai was able to get into a slight barrel. Makana Pang is the guy in the zone right now. The drag hair claim. All right, what's next? I want to see Makana's next claim.
Oh, ball around, slowing down.
Mr. Ballstack.
Nice turn. Yeah, we've got quite a few cool claims from Mr. Gift today.
Yeah. So, the nice little bow.
The hair drag.
The bow. The
praying mantis. Or the, I don't know.
Mr. Burns.
All right, Moana, let's get in on this action.
She's just a little bit speedy on these waves. I feel like maybe the takeoff point positioning might be affecting her ability right now to get a really good deep one. And there's times, there's days, having spent a lot of time out there myself, just learning the wave, learning what fits my style and my surfing and where I want to be and what types of waves I'm out there to catch that suit all of that.
Right.
You have your lineups, but you do have to have a few different ones for different days. And I feel like maybe she's using a certain lineup, but it's not that kind of day,
Yeah.
So the takeoff zone is a huge part of it. And where you're grabbing your wave from. And looks like she's just a little bit ahead of it. Nonetheless, her Queen of Pipeline will stick for a while.
Oh, yeah.
But not the usual deep caverns that we see Moana traversing through. On the other hand, Makana, his lineup today is
he has the wave
in the
magnet.
zone, thanks to Zone Media. And we're going to be right back with more Backdoor Shootout right after this. Stay tuned.
Stay with us.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Oheinalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right. Beautiful aerial shot bringing us back to the Hui BackDoor Shootout from the back door right there, close to Kamehameha Highway and Kenui Road. Right over the houses, there is Team 96712, the zip code of this beautiful coastline. Koa Rothman, Makua Rothman, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, and Jose Angel Morales.
Oh, yeah.
Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez bringing you this heat. And the barrels are starting to turn on a little bit. Makana Pang was in the zone. The last heat was looking like Baron Mamiya the other day, who got
loved it.
Couple barrels on the left, couple on the right. I mean, more than a couple. And Makana just really turned it on right now with about 5 pretty good waves that look like a lot of fun.
Oh, big time. Yeah, I just watched that heat over there at the Chandler residence. Oh, man, it's the best of the best is in that yard right now. And, yes, the 96712, Cole Rothman packing some bombs. You will not see his brother, as the brother's busy in the music industry right now. But really stoked. I think we're going to see some highlights of these guys in round 3 and 4. Oh, but we got Makana Pang, an amazing performance. He'll be down on the beach with Mahina Maeda.
Aloha, guys. Mahina down here with Makana Pang with Team Volcom. Obviously, one heat will change the script on everything, and you definitely caught all your waves in that heat. So tell me about that.
Yeah, the first few heats we've had so far, I couldn't really put it together. It was kind of tricky conditions in a lot of our heats, and a little too big, a little too much wind. I was too deep on a lot of my waves, and then this heat, it seemed like it kind of turned on right when we got out there, and I just found my rhythm, and I managed to find a few nugs.
So, obviously, you're a pipeline surfer, you charge big waves. On the spare time, you're a disc jockey. If you guys don't know what a disc jockey is, it's a DJ. So, Daniel from whoever is operating our drone, he's asking, where are you going to play tonight?
Where? Is this finals day?
It is finals day.
Ooh. I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. Ask me after the next heat.
And then the second question is, Mexican or Italian?
Mexican all day. Burritos and tacos.
He was actually hoping you to stumble on that question, but obviously you're going to go for Mexican. You're a disc jockey, and you're getting all your waves today, and I'm really, really stoked to get you kind of going and stuff. So if you have any other words?
Nothing, but I'd like to take a shout-out to Volcom. Thank you for giving this opportunity to us and letting us surf with all our boys out here. And girls. Shout out Moana. Right on. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Makana Pang, and then back to you guys up in the booth.
Mahalo, Mahina. And what a
cool dynamic.
Fun conversation right there. Yeah, DJ Makana Pang and DJ The Gift. I would like to know what his DJ name is.
Yeah, DJ by night, but pipe specialist during the day.
DJ MP and some classic claims in that heat, too, after kicking out. He had the little couple of fun poses that he was
big time
running through.
Put in some work.
And right here, Cole Rothman.
Yes.
This is living. That is barreled.
Yes. Shout out to his Ohana on the balcony and in front of the TVs here on the shore. Dark Sport in the house supporting their young Cole Rothman.
Yeah, he's been vlogging for a while, and getting barreled like that at Pipeline has produced tons of content.
Yes.
This is living is his production.
Episode
now he's got the store
down.
up. We've seen the commercial for This is living store, and great entrepreneurial instincts there from Cole Rothman. And we'll check out some 96712 highlights, because there have been some great rides. Ivan and Nathan, that was Koa and Nathan. This is Nathan grabbing the rail with the mouth mount GoPro, getting some epic POV footage.
Wow.
And some nice navigation there. And that's
Rothman, double drag.
But Koa Rothman, he's been in some barrels this backdoor shootout. He's got a perfect 12 in his resume from
yes,
before.
He does. Ooh, what a licking right there.
That was a crazy one. Ivan Florence has had some pretty good moments. He's been in a good rhythm.
Yes, he has.
Every day of the event, he's gotten at least one or two. Even on the unruly Sunday.
Look at him, mid-deck.
He managed to find waves like that. But we've had, this is mostly from rounds 3 and 4. You see right there on the upper left of your screen from Aloha Friday last week. But
yeah,
I would say Ivan
locked and
has
loaded.
to be somewhere near the leaderboard.
Yeah,
but we'll keep that under wraps until we have official numbers. But definitely, just from a fly on the wall perspective, the pipeline pirate start the IV flow for Ivan Florence.
Big time. And those pipe waves are beautiful. He had some ruts. He had some contortion in him. He rode them perfect, and I really love his takeoff stance. Mid-deck, solid. He's got a beautiful glued stance.
Yep, the approach is great.
The line, the rail, the lift off, and there they are.
And surfing is such that sport where style does get judged,
Yeah, it does.
In golf, all you got to do is put the ball in the hole. They don't care what it looks like, You can have the ugliest swing ever, but if it gets there, that's the key. You make a layup or shoot a basketball in the hoop, it doesn't matter how it gets there. As long as it goes in, you swing a bat, it could be the ugliest swing ever, but the ball's in play.
Yeah.
Surfing, much different in the sense that, you got to get the board through the barrel, out the other side, but there's so much to be said for the subjective, kind of stylish approach to surfing that does catch the judge's eye.
Yeah, style
and
comes
gets a
with
better
it.
score sometimes.
Yeah. And they're getting team formats scored on how big and how deep of a barrel, quality of wave, getting scored from a 1 to a 10, but also room for 11 and a 12. But they're also, just connecting with pipeline and backdoor. Power surfing, the style, everything categorizes and implements into their score. The amazing judging panel knows how it feels to get spit out in all kinds of different conditions over here. So they know what these guys are going through, and these guys are innovating it into a whole new level. So.
Yeah, we've got a world champion and pipe master champion.
We got a Florence
Lynch
taking a dig.
Up in the judges' tower, we got Miles Padaka, Triple Crown champion. That's Nathan. And backdoor.
Backdoor getting an extra.
Yeah.
Okay, that was well ridden.
Yeah, that little extra section on the end was like that little cherry on top.
Yes, it was, and it was getting smaller, and it wanted to clamp them, so boom.
So good job stalling, reading the wave really well, and then had to let go and pick up speed, pump, and then get really nice and solid for that little chandelier exit. But our judging panel, former champ of this event, Kaimana Henry, and all around very esteemed pipe surfer and
big time
accomplished Flynn Novak up there as well. So we've got a great panel. Love Hodell's been in the mix. And inventing his own maneuver, the Flintstone flip. Just pretty crazy, innovative talent of Flynn Novak. So great to have those guys up there assigning the numbers to these scores.
Big time.
Because, they've, like you said, Ezra, they've seen this place from every perspective.
Yep. They're also picking apart the replays. There's a couple double screens up there, and Brother Iolani is giving it to you live on the beach microphone, somewhere that me and you usually are, but we got a good crew.
I never had heard him doing announcing before. He's really good.
And
really
shout out to our Cliff Botello.
He's on duty today.
On duty,
road,
but love you, brother.
On the ski, on the mic, talk about a man of many trades.
Fire department.
And in my new series coming out, you'll follow me in my life, Jack of all trades, master of fun. No, I'm kidding.
I was lending it ear. I said, hey, you going for it. Let's go, Rock.
But it is pretty blessed and fun existence that we have. Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez. This is us in the booth right here. Second level Volcom House. Mahalo, Team Volcom, letting us crash on your pad for a few days. Mahalo to our sponsors, Keiki Beach Bungalows right down the road. The North Shore Club, a community by Arete over at Turtle Bay, doing a lot of native plant restoration and some projects there. So you'll be able to see that happening. White Claw, Mahalo, XL Haleiwa, as well as Haleiwa Distillery. And Saltwater Society. Check out their website. They're doing some cool things. They got some cool threads, and they're doing some really cool things. Protect is one of their mantras, and they give back to a lot of good causes. So Saltwater Society, Pete and Jen, thank you very much. Hawaii Volcanic Water is also helping us out, along with Naomenihune Umi Kumaono. And I'm going to enjoy this Hawaii Volcanic Water as we go through the broadcast. It is good stuff. So mahalo to all of our sponsors. OGA, Golf Apparel, the most comfy, stylish shirt I think I've ever worn. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Yep, these shirts, unreal. So thank you guys.
And it's a way to look spiffy without having, because us surfers, we're super casual.
Yeah, cash.
I prefer slippers over anything else besides being barefoot.
Over jeans
and
with
guys,
slippers.
They're slippers, not flip-flops, okay?
You can go to Luau's corporate meetings with these shirts, but you can play hard with the boys. You can go right out here and just start playing tackle football right over here in the shadows of the
material is really comfortable, kind of loose and stretchy, almost like a surfing kind of vibe.
Yep.
And there's tons of surfers that play golf,
Big
Kelly
time.
Slater being one of them.
One of the best. Ross Williams. Real good.
And a lot of lifeguards, too. Abe Lerner, Tom Jennings and the crew. Terry Ohui, avid golfers. So these shirts are so comfortable for just an array of activities. As we watch Ivan Florence looking so comfortable in this barrel. IV flow.
Not a big one, but he didn't even have a drop of water even touch him.
Just a dry barrel.
Nathan, super professional, not going to go on a lemon and waste and exert energy, even though the guy has that X factor where...
Yeah, I was going to say, he could make lemonade if he took one.
Yeah,
there's Ivan Florence, super deep. Saw for a moment the board and the body completely disappeared. Now you see me, now you don't.
Now you don't.
Now you see me again.
Rocky, boards, the Florence, they're riding Paizel, but how big of a board do you think Ivan's on?
He's probably on a 6'8" or something.
Kind of the same as Aloha Friday. Almost looks like the same board.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, Isaiah and I. These guys have shrunken their board size for pipe by leaps and bounds.
It's hard to tell because he's so mid-deck here. You know what I mean? It looks real short, but there is length. I do see
beautifully done.
Bro, this guy's on fire, Rock. He called it this morning.
Yep, and I like Makana's word earlier to him finding the rhythm.
Yep,
getting
and
a good rhythm. And Nate Florence.
Oh,
nasty
that was
Nate dog.
Beautiful textbook. I mean, he would like to slow down more, but that was as good as a ride as you could get for where he took off.
Right. Yeah, that matters so much as your takeoff zone. There's Jose Angel Morales.
Yeah, Angel.
Surfer from Puerto Rico. Has some storied lineage from his dad being a great surfer, shaper in Puerto Rico. And
shout out Puerto Rico.
Carrying the Ohana.
Aloha, Puerto Rico.
The
Brothers
Ohana flag for Puerto Rico here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout.
Awesome. Oh, here they go. Lining up. Back out to the lineup. Looks like Koa Rothman's out there waiting. Like, oh, you guys are back so quick.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't have a fifth surfer.
No.
Like, man, I was ready to go grab my board and wax up. Like, hey, I live in 9671 too, bro.
Yeah. Oh, you want to see the cannon come out of some pipe bombs? Let's go. That is automatic.
For Ivan Florence, just really beautifully tucked in there. Great technique. His brother Nathan showing that he's got the skills to get barreled as well. And Jose just out in front of it. Yeah. And you said it earlier, the takeoff point matters of your success, your positioning. So that is kind of the foundation of finding a good wave here at Pipe, is being in that correct takeoff zone, where correct by meaning you don't want to be too deep where you're not going to make it out. You don't want to be too shallow or too wide in the sense of you're not going to get totally barreled. So that little
you're going to waste your time,
that little magic spot in between is where you want to be, and there goes Jose.
Yeah, Jose looking inside for a medium backdoor, actually.
Oh, dude.
Beautiful little wave. Going to milk it.
He's not super well-known yet, still a young man, and from Puerto Rico.
Nice cutty.
And so for him, like on a regular day like today at Pipe and Backdoor, there'd be like 80 guys out like we saw this morning.
Oh, wow.
He would have waited like 2 hours to get this wave, battling the crowd and stuff.
Yeah.
But when you're out there with your friends, just getting another backdoor barrel.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So fun.
Expression session and just slicing it right there. All of it feels good. If you're gliding on the wave, come on. Let's go. Thank you guys for tuning in at work and at home and supporting Hui O'He'inalu.
Here's Kyle Pa'o going to grab Jose. Kyle, one of the OGs. I remember him when he was just a teenager and has now come into his own.
Yeah.
Works driving tugboats, too.
Oh,
barges,
nice.
From island to island. So, Kyle, mahalo for what you do, getting our goods from island to island with young brothers and, traversing these treacherous channels.
Right. And these guys, it was really good to see them take off on our last day we ran on Friday. Him and Ha'a getting wet, going to the sandbar.
Yeah.
The sand, all the sand that we watched from January 4th moved all the way down to Pupukea. So, and that's where you played with your daughters.
Yeah.
So it's awesome little sand pad down there.
Oh, Nate could not quite get in. The bouncer was like not moving the velvet rope for him.
He knows when the wave ain't going to barrel, but some of these guys are real majestic. They touch the wave and the wave barrels. So
yeah,
I always like to point out certain surfers connect with the ocean just amazingly.
Yeah, there is like a sixth sense kind of feeling that us normal people just operate with five senses.
And being a spectator and a commentator, you get to watch these teams, and they're on their fifth surf, maybe their sixth surf today. Each individual had different connection with Mother Nature. Some never got on day number 1, and then they scored on day number 2. Yeah. And then day number 3 was kind of good for everybody.
And you see him try to beg for an entry there. He's like, come on, but all my friends just went in. I got to get in there. Like, my girlfriend's in there. And he was like, oh, sorry. Nathan's married, Mahina. Yeah, just not a specific reference, but just more of an analogy of the bouncer with the velvet rope.
Yeah.
Saying, not today, bro.
Not today. And
now,
this brother, he does not dodge barrels. He is a barrel specialist. So he knew that thing wasn't going to give him what he wanted, but he already did the 2-stroke, no joke. He's on rail. So, looks like the light. We got some clouds over the sun, so changing the color.
Yep, Nathan up and riding again.
Wow, nice speed.
And not quite finding it, and we'll just kick out again and hopefully be able to get that little squeak out to the lineup on that side. It's so daunting. You kick out of a wave at backdoor sometimes, and then the sets are coming.
Oh, man.
There's no channel over there. So
duck,
you
dive, and throw 8 times.
Try to force your way through. Here's
Nathan hunting.
The cruisy replay.
Yeah. He was almost looking like Florence cocked, ready to do an aerial if it was presenting itself. But he knows the game plan. He knows what he has from his 4 surfs, and he's expecting something out of his 5th surf. So he's looking for a good backdoor tube, it seems.
Well, and staying pretty busy, like not sitting and waiting and just keeping kind of on the hunt, on the move, which we've seen that, balance of 2 strategies play out different ways for different surfers. And the other day, Baron Mamiya was just hunting.
Gosh,
found a lot. Went home with a really good, nice bag of treats.
Big time.
And Nathan right now, kind of the hunter in this heat. Ivan staying pretty poised, waiting. Koa, very patient. And
but
Jose just kind of patrolling around looking for something.
Koa got some 3 memorable ones. And if you guys don't know, these guys, the way they surf, the glow after surfing and actually surfing a wave of consequence like Pipeline is a next level reward. I can't even explain to you your drive home and walking through your threshold. If you got a family, the family already knows Daddy's coming home happy.
Every hug is that much more warm. Every something. This food just tastes a little better after you get a good barrel at pipe.
Saltwater heals. Saltwater, broken saltwater heals all. And we're surrounded by it. So We got to learn to take care of it. And
yes, we do.
Jose taking a jog to the deeper part of Pipeline. He's looking at the back door, huh, Rock?
Yeah, it is. Jose Angel Morales jamming into a back door.
Nice.
Barrel gets covered for a moment. A nice little spit to give a little rinse cycle. Thankfully, not the wash or spin.
Oh, yeah.
But got a little rinse there.
Yeah, you do not want to spin. You do not want to spin.
That was me and my daughters the other day getting the wash, rinse, and spin cycle with the sandbar, the waves, the backwash coming back out. We jumped into a couple fun backwashes. So fun. Here's the replay of Jose.
Zinging under the hood.
And a nice little backdoor corner pocket.
The kind of backdoor that you got to stay right next to the implosion to get the barrel capability. So
yeah, he had to stall. He had to work with it. Wasn't set up like down the line for a good drivey barrel, but more of a kind of stall. Look good for a moment as the drone shot there, and then the water shot of Bethany Hamilton. And she's gearing up for Team New Earth Project. They'll be our final heat of round 5, and then we'll go back to the top of the order with Team Peru.
You see that lady in the yellow helmet? She will put you in combination situation real fast, whether it's big or small.
The day, I remember specifically the day and the session that she became one of my favorite surfers was after her accident. We were surfing Velzeland, and she was still a teenager, kind of amateur still, but surfing well, and I think back in the water a few years now at this time. So got used to the new adaptation, and I was paddling for a wave, and I saw her further in, and I stopped because I was like, in my head, I was also going to give her the wave, but also like, I was, I'm not going to catch it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to, and so I, in my mind, I stopped, I looked at her, and she got the look, and she saw me stop, and they started paddling. In my head, I'm like, you know, oh, good luck, you know, kind of like, you know, when, you know, we're like, okay, we'll see if you can catch that one, but not only did she catch it, I was like, whoa, she caught it. And then I watched, first turn, boom, fins out. From the back.
I love those
and I'm
back
like,
shots.
oh. And then, like, cool. I wonder if she made that. She answered my question with the next one, fins out. Boom, on the backhand.
Simultaneous.
And I was like, oh, my God. She just became one of my favorite surfers.
Yeah, relentless tagging the lip.
From like, okay, I don't know if she'll catch that wave, but, you know, I'll let her give it a try. Oh, not only did she catch it, just threw the fins out once. And I was like, oh, I wonder if she made that.
Yeah.
And the way she answered my question was the second one that I saw.
Well, yes, I did, Uncle Rock.
And I was like, man, that is inspiring. So
big time.
Very cool. She'll be coming up in the next heat. Team New Earth Project. We haven't seen Kelly Slater.
No, where are you staying?
Or Kailani. It's been Koa Smith, Kaulana Apo, the young up-and-comer, and he's here, Luke Tima, and then the Big Island-born North Shore resident now, Shaden Pacaro.
Excellent performances from all of them.
Yeah, you know, we're watching the highlights this morning of all the previous days, and the judges, I got to give them a lot of credit.
Oh, man, they got to look at a lot of things.
They have a lot of work to do to find out who will be the champ of this year's event, because there's been so many great rides.
In 3 minutes.
As expected, look at this, the set.
With 3 minutes
Cole
remaining.
Rothman, the one he's been waiting for.
Oh, here we go.
Parking
Beautiful.
it nicely.
Nice how he stalled there. The houses are going wild. There's our beach crew, and This Is Living, Mr. Germain. So you can also tune in to Mr. Cole Rothman's YouTube, because he's going to be, you know, his episode is going to be all about his dad's shootout. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, he's been putting together vlogs and clips and content for some years now, and got the This Is Living store.
Yeah, so come with us behind the scenes with them.
They'll be, I'm sure, putting that wave.
Oh man, how's that duck dive?
Up on the content. And yeah, that was
that's a no funny duck dive. Yeah, that's let it shoot out behind you because it ain't
like, I'm
working
gonna duck dive
out.
this one. Just kidding.
Oh, yeah. You know, and then you get the duck dives where you think you can get your board underneath, and then you hug it, and then you're getting lickings with your board, and that's how you buckle that thing.
It's like John Cena's like trying to rescue your board away from you.
Rothman packing a good one. What a steezy midline he took. Yeah, Rock? You got to admire that as a goofy footer. Super. That's Koa's claim. He just pulls his trunks up just a touch. You know what I mean? He's so humble.
Just a little adjustment.
Yeah, he's not going to show you his excitement. You just know he's stoked.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell if he just came out of a 12-foot bomb barrel.
Yeah.
Or if he just got pounded, or if he just got told, like, you know, his dog died or something.
Yeah, slight adjustments.
He's just got very even-keeled, stoic, you know, calm demeanor.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of that is, too, just watching him being raised around all the Hui O'He'enalu legacies and all this amazing North Shore icons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Hui O'He'enalu has been around 50 years now.
Yes.
The Hui 5-0.
Hui 5-0. I like that, Rock. You know who's the kind? Hokulea 5-0, too, man. Those guys. 50 years in the making. That's a long time, guys.
Yeah, it's so interesting that all of this, like, kind of resurgence all occurring in different parts of Hawaii.
Yeah.
But around that same era. And, like, the mana, the feeling, the, you know, the rippling effect of all these different things arising to, you know, reestablish Hawaiian culture awareness and, you know, be really featured and put on the forefront again after taking a little bit of a backseat through, you know, the earlier years.
Yep.
Really cool. And so much appreciate the Hui O'He'enalu and this guy, Cole Rothman. Another barrel. A nice cutty. And he's down. That'll be the end of Team 96712's fourth round. We'll be right back with the final heat of round 4 of the Hui BackDoor Shootout. More action to come right after this. Stay tuned.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. It is lunchtime, almost 11:33. Welcome back as we shoot out on day number 5 at the Hui BackDoor Shootout with Bethany Hamilton, Koa Smith, Kaulana Apo, Luke Tima, and Shaden Picaro. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and with me in the booth is Professor Isaiah Walker. How you doing, bro?
Doing great, bro. These waves are delivering. I was watching the last heat. It was fun watching the Florence brothers and all the other crew and their team there getting barreled. And what a day. Beautiful. The sun is out. The wind is light. Some pristine conditions. Also, you know, it's fun being in the Volcom house. You get to talk to the athletes and get their feedback on how the surf is going.
Mad history,
it was really cool. And I was able to chat down there with Makana Pang's dad, the legendary shaper Dennis Pang.
Wow,
and,
Dennis.
He came up to me. He was like, "Hey, man, I just want to say thank you for all the things we're learning." So I appreciate our listeners, and hopefully all ages enjoy all the vala'au that we do here, the stories. I know that for most people, they don't appreciate history till they're a little older. So hopefully our young folks are
when you're piecing it together, but you need some more. Yeah, gotcha.
Right on.
So Mahina Maeda is down there with our Koa Rothman legacy.
Good morning. We are down here at Pipeline at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. I am Mahina Maeda. I'm here with Koa Rothman. I definitely have to say you were being very patient in that heat, and I think that was probably one of the best ways for today, or even maybe for the whole entire event. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it might have looked like I was being patient, but I actually made a few mistakes. I let Nate go on one that I thought was going to be too deep, and he got a good wave, but when I was watching the wave from the back, after I told him to go, I was like, I was in a really good spot. That wave looked better, honestly, than the one I had in the end of the heat, but it was a good heat. It was probably our best heat as a team yet, so I'm excited for our next heat of the day. It should be like this all day. Yeah.
As a former event winner, and you say that it's more team kind of oriented, why is it so special to be able to compete as a team and as well as this format?
Well, I mean, we all know each other pretty well, so it's kind of just like with no elimination, it's just surfing pipe with like 4 of your best friends, which you never get because pipe is usually crowded with 100 to 150 guys. So just being out there with your friends and no one out is like an experience you can't have any other day. So I think that's what makes the shootout so special. And there's no elimination, so you just keep surfing and surfing and surfing. And they'll hold it as many days as it's good. So if the holding period's like 2 weeks or whatever, and I think they actually only have a certain amount of hours. But yeah, they hold it. They definitely maximize for sure, which is nice.
Well, that's super great to hear, and I'm really, really stoked that you got that really sick wave. Lastly, a super random question. Obviously, I just asked you. I just interviewed Makana. Would you be a disc jockey?
That's funny because me and Jack, she just told me what that DJ actually stands for, disc jockey, but me and Jack G right here, who's behind the camera as well, have had some nights DJing. So yeah, I'm in there sometimes. I don't know what I'm doing. I usually mess everything up, but it's fun.
Okay, side career for Koa Rothman will be the new disc jockey. So congratulations on that last wave, and hopefully you'll get more waves in the next heat. And back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you.
All right, what a good interview. Thank you, Koa Rothman and Mahina Maeda. And that is true. With music comes rhythm, and music is a big part of our surf culture. And DJing is an art form.
For sure.
So Blue Shorts had a couple investigative attempts as we were on that interview.
I don't know if that's Kaulana Po, the new hairdo.
Right? It is him, actually. Okay, he shaved his head. But let's see, because when we see his Kanaka Steezy style off the bottom, we could tell right there. But that does look like him.
Yep.
Clean shaven, huh?
Here we go.
Yep. There he is.
It is Kaulana.
Whew. Went high, went low, quick in and out.
Out the door.
Out the door.
Wow, New Earth Project doing some incredible things with sustainable, recycling.
Big time.
Utilizing the materials, so we're avoiding as much as possible using too much plastic and shipping materials and other types of things.
We got to get on board now, Isaiah.
It's really great to see that effort. And we do have some highlights from Team Earth, New Earth Project from rounds 3 and 4 on our Aloha Friday. Let's check out some of the action that we saw. And this guy, Shado Picaro, it was his day.
So good this day.
So many barrels. That was one of my favorites of the contest.
Backdoor, showing you his diversity.
Still, look at this. He just was. It's interesting how they say the ocean chooses you in certain heats. You become what we call the wave magnet. Koa Smith.
Yeah.
On a good backdoor wave. I feel like Koa's had some good ones, but hasn't quite found a perfect one yet. But this one is a decent one. That was on.
That one I liked. Kaulana again.
Kaulana Po.
Under a sheer roller.
Another action, Kaulana in the barrel, standing tall.
Beautiful.
Team New Earth.
This guy. This guy's been on fire. First time in the backdoor shootout, and what an epic performance, Isaiah, for the young junior.
I was really impressed with him every day of the event when things were tricky. And
look at that. Tech.
Still managed to get a bunch of good ones.
It's like his uncles.
Steep and deep. Pulls in.
Wow.
Timo.
With the after barrel stance. Kid knows how to ride shoulders when he wins. You know, that's something, you know, as a pro surfer. You know, once you win a huge event and you get on your friend's shoulders, your two best friends, you got to learn to ride shoulders. It ain't an easy thing either up to the podium.
We got a little more sand coming back to the beach.
Oh, there he is. B.I. Shado P, all stoked.
Concerted paddle. Shado, Picaro pulls in. Let's see it.
Ooh, that one compressed on him, but he did travel about 5 yards. But Shado P, just getting his feet in the wax, they say.
He got a little too deep on that one, but at this point, he's got a bunch of keeper scores. So I'm sure he's just thinking, look, I got to try and get something even deeper than what I've previously had. So
I hear some whistles, Isaiah. Let's go just take a little crack off the balcony, a little look, a little peek. And, yes, there is a set approaching, and there is Zone Media about to lock in on Koa Smith taking an investigative paddle.
Koa's always got that GoPro in the mouth, slows down, gets a little nugget there. He'll probably kick out and try and get another one, but that was still
stoked on that
beautiful
nugget.
For sure.
But for backdoor shootout, this guy knows exactly what he needs. Not just huge barrels for him this winter and last winter, but huge in the air after barrel kind of cosmetics like the Fletcher Ohana.
Yeah, everybody was talking about, of course, his perfect 30 at the Vans event. A replay here, he slows down. Beautiful, pristine conditions. You can see the sun reflecting off of our beautiful blue waters here at Ehukai.
It's golden.
Luke Tima.
Nice. Knee, butt right in the wave. Three-prong drag. Gets the negotiation. Little rail up to recover and pop out. Yeah, this guy is coming.
Our spectators liking it. More action. This looks like Kaulana Po stands up in the barrel, disappears, comes out with the spit right by the green shirt. Camera crew.
For as well as he tail surfs, I just wish they were going to give him that little curve bowl on the inside so he does one of those nice front side sears. I'm a sucker for those after the barrel over here.
That was a beautiful one. We'll see some replays here. This was Luke Tima's wave. Yeah, like how you said, he managed to move himself up forward on the board. This was the last one of Kaulana Po. Stands tall, comes out after the spit.
Nice. Guys are getting off to a good start as we are 18:39 left in this heat.
Yeah, awesome. You can see Kaulana enjoying the beautiful waters here. It's January 14th, and the water's still warm here.
Yeah, you wouldn't be sitting like that at a regular contest. You know, the relaxation. I just got barreled. It's a team thing. It's gentleman and lady.
Yep.
You know,
Bethany
etiquette
Hamilton
at a high level. Surfing etiquette is a key recipe here. You know, lineups work when there's respect and etiquette. And that's how these guys got so good, putting in their time.
For sure. Yeah, respect and etiquette. Also a big part of, I think, Hawaiian culture is this notion of respect and also reciprocating, you know, good, healthy relationships, kuleana and so forth.
Kuleana.
Duke was definitely one that emulated those attributes as a human being. We celebrate Duke Hanamoku at the Backdoor Shootout, as you can see from our logo here on the screen, our T-shirt design from the talented Jack Henry Soren. But Duke Hanamoku was born in 1890, and we were talking earlier about John Henry Wise at the turn of the 20th century, 1890. 1890 was the year that John Henry Wise went to Oberlin College to play football. But Duke Hanamoku was born that year as a young child, growing up in Honolulu and Waikiki, where his family was from, the Pa'oa, his mother's side of the family, the Pa'oa family clan, lived down there in Kalia, Waikiki, which today is near like the Hilton Hawaiian Village.
Okay.
And they grew up down there, and he became quite the avid waterman. Him and his whole family spent most of their time in the surf before the days of the cell phone and iPad.
Oh, big time. But I would like to see around Hilton Hawaiian Village where he lived back then. I mean, it must have just been jaw-dropping different.
Yeah, kind of a cool story. My grandmother grew up in the same neighborhood when she was little. There's a poster of Duke done by Jack Henry Soren. Beautiful design.
Yeah.
If you have a chance to grab one of those shirts, make sure you order it. It's a beautiful design. I'm rocking it today.
Yep.
But, yeah, so he lived down in Kalia, and my grandmother lived down there, too. Today there's a park. There's a with a playground and stuff. It's called Duke Hanamuku Park, right next to Fort DeRussy. So Fort DeRussy is
I know that area
of
well.
land. Actually, my grandmother lived there. We had, not to get kind of nostalgic and negative in some of my own family history, but we own 4.5 acres of beachfront property there in Kalia, Waikiki.
Right there by Fort DeRussy.
Until it became Fort DeRussy.
Plantation homes. Here we go,
Bethany Hamilton.
Quick
Almost.
up and out.
Looks like she was looking for that barrel. Bethany prefers the big waves.
Oh, yes, she does.
She can surf in any waves, but man, on day number 1, day number 2, when it was bombing, she had some late, massive waves that she caught, and some great highlights. You can check those out.
And 2022, her when we had the WSL Wahine event. Oh man,
yeah, Bethany. We're gonna hear a little bit from Bethany, one of our competitors in this heat, and see what she has to say about her experience here at the Backdoor Shootout.
Super stoked though. I got invited to surf in the Backdoor Shootout. The Hui BackDoor Shootout with Eddie Rothman and the crew on the North Shore. I'm going to be in the New Earth Projects team. So the team is Kyle Lenny, Kelly Slater, Koa. That's just like the epic roster to be surfing with. I think for me, it definitely is a really big challenge as far as catching the wave and doing that with one arm. And definitely is the best event at Pipe. It's so sick. They have endless hours in the water. So I'm only with my team. And so we're kind of cheering each other on versus like back paddling each other. So that's insane. And you get 30 minutes twice a day shuffled up. And it's just the dream event, especially for a wave like Pipe where it's just high stakes and you just really like need that window of time to kind of charge.
Wow. New Earth Project. That was awesome by Bethany Hamilton. Isaiah?
Yeah, and it's such a privilege that we have at the Backdoor Shootout where it's co-ed event where we have male and female surfers surfing on the same teams. We also had an expression session where it was exclusively for our female pipeline surfers. So a really cool event here that we have to celebrate. Here we see Shade and Picaro.
Shado.
Getting some shade in that wave.
Also, Carissa Moore has been with New Earth Project, too.
She has.
New mom, and she was also part of that historic day when it was bombing. Oh, Luke Tima. Coming out on the foam.
I know she's up high. Has she?
Oh, that was Kaniala Stewart. Must
Kaniala,
be.
new dad. I
Must
don't think that Chris has
yet
had her baby yet, but
I bet you maybe the end of this month or going into February. Got to be close.
Well, exciting for sure.
Yep, new chapter.
It's kind of cool. We've seen a lot of parents in this event. Check out this one parent here. He's got a son named Imua who also surfs, and this is Shado Picaro getting some shade on that wave right behind him. Luke Tima. Very unique style approach.
Yeah.
He gets his feet kind of close.
Narrow stance. It's nice.
We're saying earlier how Clay Marzo has a tendency to have a real close stance when he does his backside grab rail, and we saw Luke with also a very close stance on the front of the board to move up to get that drive and momentum to get out of the barrel.
So no Clay in this one, I noticed. They got 4. They got Bethany, Koa, Kaulana, and Luke. Oh, and Shaden. Okay.
Yes. Well, that's because Clay is on a different team.
Snap 5, yeah.
So we did see Clay earlier this morning.
Watching his highlights, Clay was just surfing inside of everybody, scoring some beautiful pipe growers and some backdoors. So,
yeah, what I also love about this event is it seems like there's a lot of cross-team camaraderie as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I saw a lot of folks posting videos of folks who were friends of theirs are on different teams, celebrating everyone at the event and for all of the great rides that were had at the Backdoor Shootout on our days 1, 2, 3, and now we're into day 4, round number 5, and this is our last heat for round 5, heat 8, and my guess is that we're going to go right into heat round 6.
From the beginning, heat 6, and we're going to start off with the morning guys, Team Peru. So what a great day we got planned for you. These guys are going to get 6 surfs, and you never know.
Wow.
I mean, every year is different. You know, it isn't easy with all the conditions. You know, last year we took 7 full days off, you know. But we got to honor our surfers. This thing was designed for our local surfers.
Yeah, so again, celebrating Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku, our surfer from Hawaii and Waikiki and Kalia in Waikiki. And
I wanted to ask you, because last time I sat in the booth with you, we were talking about the Heisman Trophy Award, football, the connection with our culture and legacy. I heard, and you know, when you watch Waterman and stuff, there's so much you learn about Duke Kahanamoku, and you feel this man, how much he held in his heart. But he also was a really good soccer player.
Yeah.
He was like really good at a lot of things, real ambidextrous, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that's where there'd be some connection between John Wise and Duke Kahanamoku. John Wise was really big into bringing more athletic sports to Hawaii, football being one of them, barefoot football, which is what Duke and his brothers also played that. Bethany, oh no!
Oh, and she's done that before. Shout out to the Hamilton Ohana, as they were just like, oh no, just like us.
Oh.
But she can handle that. Watch this, boom, right underneath. You guys think that's not too big a whitewater? That thing will press you right down in the rut.
Tried to back out of that one and just went over the falls while holding her board in her hands. Woo!
She was just checking the rail. She said, I thought this was 2 5/8.
She is too tough. You know what I mean? She's right back out there.
Like nothing, yeah?
Didn't even get on the ski, just paddled right back out.
You know. That ain't nothing but a chicken wing. Look at her just talking to the photogs. They're just like starstruck. Bunch of fanboys right there.
That is incredible. So you're right. Ezra, Duke did play soccer, different schools.
Volleyball? Good?
I'm not sure about volleyball. It's possible. I know he was in a lot of different sports.
Because Outrigger didn't have the volleyball court then during the Duke day, Ed, huh?
Oh, here we go. Out the back. Looks like Koa Smith pulls into a nice, beautiful barrel pipeline. Can he come out?
That was good,
so
Isaiah.
Close.
That pipe barrel actually barreled over itself, and as he was on his way to thinking he was coming out, the regurgitation lifted his fins and probably trapdoored him right down. So
maybe we'll get a water angle from that one.
Oh, awesome.
And here we go. You ask and you shall receive.
You shall. Oh!
My goodness, you're right about the
He never need one board.
Wow, that was walking on water.
That's called disconnection, unglued, in the tube.
That was weightless anti-gravity button is what
look
he
at all the fins.
Woo.
All your different fin brands. Oh, look at that. You see the sprinklers going off. That's when the wave is compressing into these long ruts that go vertical into the shoreline from years and years of waves clapping down at the Bonsai Pipeline and Backdoor.
Oh, somebody looking at this one.
Isaiah. Ooh, that looked like Shado. Little investigation, but I almost thought he was about to score.
Yeah, you have to. The ones that you want are the ones that you're behind it. And looks like we've got Kaulana Po paddling for this one. Great view from the drone angle. Oh!
Ooh, nice and low, but then he just went up the lip and went into the throw as that thing just caught him. Real uncharacteristic.
Oh, unfortunately, in this heat, seems like that's been a theme, getting lipped today on several of our different waves we've seen from Bethany.
Could be the time of day.
To Koa Smith and now to Kaulana Po. Let's see what happens here. You're right. He goes too high. The head gets hit by the lip and just body slam.
But, you know, he knew what he was doing. That thing was a tight one. He was seeing forward, but he went high way too early. Kaulana Po onto the jet ski, saving, paddling, saving his arms so we get more radical surfing. We're going to save his arms so that he can paddle into another Bohemian pipeline wave.
Yeah, and he's still got 6 minutes on the clock, and thanks to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, 6 minutes can still probably catch 3 waves.
I know. When you're way inside, I mean, for some human beings, it can take about 5 minutes to paddle back out, pending on the swell direction. But because the intervals have calmed down and there's not like how it was on Sunday, you know, Aloha Friday, last time we ran was epic, 8 to 10, and now we're into maybe 4 to 8.
Yeah, there's still some bombs out there.
But pristine conditions and should hold through the day. As our end of the day is at 4:30, and to honor our surfers, nice.
Oh, it comes out of that one nicely. He broke the curse of the lip toss for this heat.
You know, being a fan of his, he since the contest started, you know, knowing him and how good he gets barreled. Oh, Luke Tima on a no-maker. But Koa Smith is definitely in the hunt for something significant. He's already got 2 or 3 good waves through the course of the last 3 days.
Yeah, see that one, steep one. Slows down, stays high to make sure he can come out of that clamshell of a almond barrel at the end. Well done, Koa.
And holding a GoPro in his mouth, you know what I mean? Having a personal photo shoot, too, and catching his... I know he's going to be taking us through the barrel after this event's done, so that's very exciting with 4:35 left on the clock. New Earth Project. Amazing things to say about this team.
Yeah, really awesome showing over the last couple of years. New Earth Project showing great performances this year on all of our days, and so excited to have them. Beautiful day as you look out toward our west end of our island. You see paddler going for this wave as cutting a point in the background. Luke Tima slips a little in the wax.
Wow. Luke Tima a little bit in a rush. That's his second backdoor attempt. Not liking what he's seeing, so he's going to kick out the back. And shout out to the team at Keiki Beach Bungalows and Broken Board Isaiah on a mini backdoor to show our public that this thing is ready to take fiberglass and wood and smack them in half. No problem.
Yeah, backdoor. It's a very shallow section right there, and a lot of power in the wave, and easily snap a board.
You can snap a board just duck diving this inside whitewater too. And look at that. Oh, yes.
Getting the photo shoot right here.
Frothy bunch.
Psyched out.
Good to see Alvaro back from injury with his team Peru, team captain. That was Alonso Joaquin, Cristobal, and Gabriel Villarin with team captain Alvaro. I wonder where Kai, Lenny, and Kelly are, but they're alternates. The young guns, these guys are awesome. Shado P, Luke Tima. What a treat.
Big shoes to fill, but they're doing a good job.
They did an excellent job. Yeah.
2 minutes 45 on the clock. We're celebrating surfing, celebrating culture, celebrating community here at the Backdoor Shootout, and celebrating father of modern day surfing, Duke Hanamoku, and the 50 years anniversary of the Hui o He'enalu, which was the same 50-year celebration as the Hokulea voyaging canoe. Oh, look at this. Looks like Koa is going hunting way back there. See if this pans out for him. He's paddling.
Go, Koa. You got this. Boom. Under the hood. I just wanted to commend our surfers from the get-go of, when we're watching barrel riding. These guys have been extra searing off the bottom. There's been some progression in this event, seeing these guys drop down through day 1 all the way through day number 4.
Let's see what happens here to Koa. Takes
Off
the
the
high
bottom
line.
hard.
It's happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
Only if he wants to make something with the equipment or if it's just his approach, but unfortunately got bumped off a few times. Could be the backwash influencing the breathing in the barrel.
It's 12 high noon right on the dot here.
Oh man, beautiful. Looking at our Ko'olau side of our island and the beautiful green aina that we are so blessed with here in Hawaii.
And there's that amazing hike up there. And even surfers, they're really connected as well into dirt biking too. And, some legacy last names know how to dirt bike on these trails that nobody knows about. Shout out to you guys.
1 minute left in this heat. We'll see if there's another flurry of waves that comes through here as Team Peru looks to have their last surf in the backdoor shootout of 2025. So closing up the event today. We still have this round 6 that's
at 33 minutes.
At 33.
That's cool.
Okay.
Hey, that's cool.
All
but
right.
I want to say that this was one quick 30-minute heat. Just like that. Heavy action in the beginning, and now boom.
Yep, a lot of activity, a lot of action.
There's our coast gang. It's not too late to come and join us. High noon, 12 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, gang.
Well, it looks like this heat is coming to a close as we see Team Peru paddle their way over.
And back-to-back heat, so they're right into the lineup.
All right, well, we're going to be back. Take a break. We'll see you. Stick with us. The backdoor shootout, round 6, coming up next.
Aloha.
Snap 2, bring it back.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui O'He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehune Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha, avakea, good midday to all of you watching here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Flying in from over Kenui Road out to the lineup. Team Peru taken to their second round of today, sixth round overall. I'm Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. There's the lineup for Peru: Alonso Zoko Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo, Cristobal de Cole, Gabriel Villaran, and Alvaro Malpartida. Now, that is a mouthful of names to run through. And we're working on our Espanol, so we're working to be
you've got
trilingual.
You've got a couple of nicknames in there with Zoko.
Yeah.
And give Rocky some time and a clipboard, and he'll come up with some cool names. I don't know, new favorite one today with Mojo Whoa.
Whoa, yeah, because when she pulls in, she's got the mojo, but if she comes out, it's like whoa. And we're going to take you straight down to the beach with another dynamic wahine, Mahina Maeda. Take it away.
Aloha, guys. Down here at the Bonsai Pipeline at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. My name is Mahina. I'm here with Luke Tima. It seemed like you had a pretty busy heat, and you did break your magic stick. And do you think that you kind of almost upped your score in this last heat?
I don't know. It was just fun to get barreled again. I'm not sure how it looked from the beach, but yeah, I was just stoked to get another heat with no one out. And yeah, if it upped the score, I'll be stoked. But either way, so yeah.
So I know that you are leaving to Oz for tomorrow for the Usher Cup for the North, and you're representing the North Shore Board Riders Club. Obviously, Lo Hodel was judging this event. He ended up leaving today for that. So are you excited for that trip, and what's kind of like is it kind of similar to this certain aspect of this event?
Yeah, it is kind of similar in a way that it's just kind of more relaxing than a normal event, and yeah, you just have fun with teammates kind of like this, and yeah, it'll be sick. I'm stoked.
Hopefully you don't break that magic stick, obviously, going into Australia, and then let's keep you intact for that, and as well as going into the next heat. Do you think that the extra 3 minutes that we're going into round 2 be beneficial, especially for Pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, there could be one more really good set, and that could be the difference. So, yeah, I'm psyched for extra little 3 minutes.
Well, it's super great to hear that, and hopefully you get one more round with more barrels, and obviously best wishes to you for the Board Riders Club. And back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina. And that is a great insight into the heat extension of 3 minutes. And we talked about Hawaiian Water Patrol and the important role they play. That 3 minutes could mean the difference of, the heat ending or being in the spot for a great score. We've seen the Water Patrol be able to get people at backdoor, get them out to the lineup in 30 seconds.
There's a replay here of our surfer from Peru. Gets barreled, comes out beautifully.
Yeah, a little bit better start than they had this morning. The first heat of the day, a little shaky, a little wonky, a little warbly, morning sickness and some of that, early morning plague that is oftentimes the case here on the North Shore. But it cleaned up. And we saw Team Volcom string up quite a few good rides.
Mokana Pang was on a tear in that heat.
I like what he said, and maybe it's because he's a DJ. He said he was in the rhythm, found his rhythm. So definitely was, finding the rhythm and got a couple of good ones. And then, Team Japan showed up for a few. Ayala Stewart. Landon and Mackay had a couple good waves, and Legend and Steve, and then, Team Snapped. Mason grabbed a couple. Clay had a couple of those too. North Shore Boys, Jamie O'Brien found a little rhythm. Kala Grace had some good ones. Billy found one. Barron was kind of still, in the flow. Eli's been solid. And, overall, a productive round 5.
Yeah, a lot of waves
for all the teams.
Looks like we've got surfer here. This could be Gabriel Villeren stalling in the barrel. Get some spit.
One of the
air.
Yeah, just a little spritzer. One of the veterans of the crew, and heard him in his interview earlier how they're just so appreciative to be a part of this and have the opportunity to get waves at Pipe in the spirit of Duke. So much appreciation coming from each and every one of the interviews we've seen.
Oh, nice.
And a nice look from the water cam, tunnel vision right inside, courtesy of Hawaiian Water Patrol and Zone Media. Zone bringing us the drone right now, live action. Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports, just 2 of the productions of many that go on.
Yep.
Covering a lot of the paddle sports, which is ingrained in our Hawaiian culture. So mahalo to Zone Media for carrying that on and perpetuating that.
For sure. Doing a great job out there. And I love that, as you just mentioned, Rocky, we're all celebrating Duke Hanamoku at this event. I'd mentioned that 1890s when Duke Hanamoku was born in Kalia, Waikiki. That's also the same year that Ioane, John Henry Wise, started playing his football career in college at Oberlin College.
When you said 1890, I knew there was, of course, all Hawaiians are aware of 1893.
Yep.
When you said 1890, I'm like, in my head, there's something else. That's the birth of Duke. Okay.
Birth of Duke Hanamoku. And interesting, so that was, 1890, King David Kalakaua was king of Hawaii at that year. Shortly thereafter, a year later, in 1891, Kalakaua dies, and his sister, Lili'u Okalani, becomes the queen of Hawaii. And all that time, that's when John Henry was going to school playing football, and Duke Hanamoku was a baby, learning how to swim as a child. And by 1893, the queen is deposed by a coup that takes place in Honolulu with the assistance of some Marines that were unsanctioned. They're U.S. Marines that were technically unsanctioned. In fact, shortly thereafter, the newly elected President Grover Cleveland addresses the U.S. Congress when they were talking about this event that took place, and the President of the United States condemned this act as an act of war, and a very famous speech that he gives where he actually advocates to restore the monarchy. He was actually friends with Lili'u Okalani, and in fact, she had, when she was forced at gunpoint, she did not surrender to those perpetrators who had overthrown her, but she played a smart move. She said that she temporarily surrender her executive authority to the United States government, until which time that they would restore her to power. She knew that it was an international, a violation of international law and a violation of the United States' own domestic laws, since Hawaii was recognized as both an independent state by the world powers at that time and also a neutral state. So, when people joke around like, hey, I'm Switzerland, Hawaii had that political designation of someone that had that kind of autonomy. So anyway, that's the time period which we're talking about, the birth of Duke Hanamoku in 1890 to 1893 as a young man learning to surf in Waikiki. And, so our founding father of our modern-day surfing has some great, interesting childhood roots in kind of the most tumultuous time in our history.
And I'm curious, as we're watching our team Peru, is there any record or do you know of any traveling that Duke may have done to Peru?
I would have to look that one up.
Yeah, just curious.
I know that he did travel to a lot of places as this person's traveling through this barrel.
Oh, yeah. Super deep, way far back on that one. If you're going to have a chance to get a good score here at the Backdoor Shootout, you got to go deep. There's no doubt about it.
Out the back, Joaquin de Castillo riding high. That
foam ball just getting a little too tight there from the wave before. You saw all that that whitewash and those bubbles on the face of the wave, making it not as easy to traverse.
To engage those fins, gets a little foamy.
Yeah, and that's kind of the same thing. We're talking about Hawaiian Water Patrol, and they're operating in that impact zone, is that, similarly, your fins have a harder time engaging when you're in that foam. The jet ski impeller has a harder time engaging, pulling up air instead of water. And saw earlier Nolan Keolana grabbing Landon McNamara. I think Landon may have slipped off the back a little, but Nolan it was go time. The wave was upon him.
Yep.
And then you saw Kyle Powell swoop in and
backup.
Come for backup. So that is just great teamwork
Yep.
from not only our surfers doing a team event here, but Hawaiian Water Patrol team. They're I like how Ayala described them as angels among us,
Yes.
there to help us as we look at that tunnel vision right into the barrel. Hawaiian Water Patrol expertly placed with Zone Media right on the back of the ski, shooting the image live to your screen. Epic coverage by Zone Media.
These guys are paddling pretty frantically, getting into position. Gentlemanly priority here, so they're taking turns.
Yep, and rider up. That is maybe one of our
Peruvian
younger
surfers.
guys, but
throwing out 2 turns.
Yeah.
Off the back, stalling
Beautiful.
deep in this barrel.
Coming
right out by the cameraman.
Oh, and going to go almost into another one. Our camera ski just on the ledge looking down. That's going to be a great shot looking into the barrel. That was Cristobal de Cole.
Yeah,
so Cristobal disappearing and doing the magic trick, reappearing on the other side.
Oh, it's a beautiful wave. It was, the turquoise coloring of the ocean here is mesmerizing.
Yeah.
But, the wave, it's deceiving. Just because it looks beautiful doesn't mean it's safe for everyone.
It is a rose with heavy thorns, that's for sure.
But let's see a replay of that one.
And
Beautiful.
looking into it, that was our first wave. And this was the money shot of the disappearing act. Really deep on that one. That might have been Zoco. Alonzo Correa. Strong team here for Peru. They've got really talented surfers on their team.
So back to your question. I know that Duke traveled to many places around the world. We'd have to look up him. Somebody could probably Google it, see if he's been to Peru. But he was definitely a world traveler. Went through many different places around the world. Took with him, his aloha, but also the art of surfing and riding waves. He oftentimes would make his own surfboards at the place where he was and would often leave the surfboard there as a gift to the community. Look at our folks down there at Loving the Beach. Beautiful sunny day. Families out there.
Oh, yeah. Cho and Shakas and Minoakas.
Shakas and Minoakas.
Oh, that's a good one.
Very good one.
Minoaka means smile in Hawaiian language.
Yep.
That's why I always open up the morning with the kakahiaka, the double shaka, and the minoaka.
Beautiful.
But now we're in Avakea, midday. So there's actually, in English, there's only 3 times, morning, noon, or morning, afternoon, and nighttime. In Hawaiian language, 4 descriptions of time of day. I'm sure there are much more,
right?
But the familiar ones we know of, which is the morning, and then the midday, which is, that kind of, right, we're in now, a little after 12 o'clock, and maybe till about 1 or so, and then it goes to the afternoon from 2 p.m. on. I'm not, it's not official, like Hawaiians are like, okay, 2 o'clock, it's awinala. But then the evening, ahi-ahi, is, the nighttime, but...
Beautiful.
So, got a question from Luis. What is Mexico's connection to Hawaiian history, if there is any?
There is. There's a few. We have, limited migrants from Mexico, but that doesn't mean that we don't have any. Here's a wave. Someone pulling into this one.
Oh, nice and deep, but too deep.
So going back to the question, one that stands out is we had these Mexican vaqueros who were cowboys that came to Hawaii to help a problem with cows. King Kamehameha I was gifted a gift of cattle, and
he's like, "What do I do
with these things?" And it was challenging for the landscape of Hawaii. And eventually, what happens is we have these vaqueros from Mexico that come and train up Hawaiians to be cowboys and how to control and lasso, and Hawaii becomes one of the largest ranches in the United States. Is Parker Ranch in Kamuela and Waimea, the area there on the Big Island, still around today. Parker Ranch, named after Parker family. Here we go, up and riding.
Oh,
nice
wow.
drop. Pulls in deep.
Well, they're getting much more opportunity than their first heat this morning, Team Peru. So they're getting, the chances. They're for a while, that first heat, there was like no waves for a solid 10 minutes. And so they kind of battled through that first heat. They knew they'd be up again later in the day, more towards midday, when it would hopefully get a little more groomed out and the sun would be out, little trades on it. Always will improve the conditions here at Pipe. And getting the opportunity, there's been one really standout barrel.
Right.
There's been a couple others that were pretty good, but there's been a few that they've been a little too deep and at least getting some opportunities.
Yeah, see some replay here. This barrel had the right idea, just the wave didn't cooperate, got too fast, shut down on him. Yeah, so the vaqueros came to Hawaii in the early 1800s, and they, trained up this group of Hawaiian cowboys, which is kind of cool. A lot of people don't realize this, but there was a cowboy culture in Hawaii before there was a cowboy culture in the American West. But there's an interesting kind of connection between these cowboy cultures. I always tell people that some Hawaiians, especially Big Island Hawaiians, are kind of just redneck brothers.
There's a lot of similarities. I've heard some comedians on stage, make the reference, and you gotta be very aware that yes, I'm a Hawaiian hillbilly.
Yes, I mean, you look the Hawaiians like the lifted trucks.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Barbecue, the rodeos. But in Hawaii, it's
Toyota out
though.
front.
Tacomas over here.
Yeah,
but yeah, even hunting and that kind of culture of music, a lot of Hawaiian
and
music.
There's a lot of outdoor culture.
Yep. A lot of like country music. Surprisingly, there's kind of a Hawaiian strain of it. If you ever heard of a local entertainer named Maoli, and I was just talking to Brother Makua Kai Rothman, who, by the way, is an accomplished musician himself. Yep. And he said he's going to be touring with Maoli. Maoli's kind of a popular musician right now in Hawaii who wears a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and sings some Hawaiian kind of countryish songs.
Yeah, and that. Slide guitar, very familiar in country music. Steel guitar that is played, as a lap kind of instrument, and a lot of similarities the way that's used.
Yeah, I love you brought that up. The steel guitar becomes integrated with country music, but it begins here in Hawaii with a Hawaiian who lived out on this side at Kahuku, in fact, named Joseph K. Kuku, and Joseph K. Kuku invents the steel guitar, and it becomes a famous instrument in Hawaii. And so kind of cool, that connection there. And then that evolves, believe it or not, into amplifying that electric sound into the electric guitar.
Oh, yeah.
So some cool history there. And so actually, even with the original question was about Mexicans and their connection, the vaqueros brought with them some of their instruments, the guitar. But when they left, the Hawaiians decided to change the tune of the slack in the keys, what we call a kiho alu, and so the slack key is a very unique sound to Hawaiian music. But check it out. They say that Eddie Aikau was an expert in the slack key guitar genre. So thank you, mahalo to our Mexico ohana who do have some of that connection with us in Hawaii. I do want to mention one of the most famous of these cowboys. This time in the 1800s was Ikua Purdy. Ikua Purdy goes on to Wyoming and just shocks the world by dominating like these rodeos, these championship rodeos that they had. Like, who in the heck is this brown guy riding the horse and lassoing and beating all of our records?
They probably thought he was Mexican at first.
Probably.
They're like, wait, Hawaii, wow.
But kind of a deep history of that connection of cowboy culture in Hawaii. If you want to ever check that out, go check out Waimea Kamuela, where people still wear cowboy boots and have bullhorns on their cars and other things like that.
Well, now Team Peru with under 10 minutes remaining, and this will be their final effort of 2025 here in the backdoor shootout. And you can see that, that urgency, that sense of urgency in the paddling there for this surfer up and riding at backdoor, grabbing the rail, but not going to find the barrel. It was there for a moment, but did not really open up down the line, and not much happening there. So Team Peru will be taking more swings at it before this heat is over. And a beach shot of Team NSB.
There we go.
Who has, we're just seeing some of the preliminary numbers, on our heat sheet here. I'm not going to give out anything until I get word it's official, but Team NSB looking pretty strong in this round 5 going into round 6. Let's just put it that way. They're really tallying up the numbers.
Yeah, and we saw on day 3, Baron Mamiya, Jamie O'Brien, all of these guys, Billy Kemper got really good waves on our Aloha Friday, which probably catapulted them up into one of the top teams for the event. But we do tally the scores at the end of the event, and we do give out prizes and paychecks. And
Walmart gift cards, all those. I'm just kidding. But it's, a nice payday, not only for your team. If you get the team victory, you get to divvy up that prize check, and then also the individual prize will go to the winner. And we have, I believe, top 6, if I'm not mistaken, were awarded in previous years.
Yep.
And I'm still unofficial on the amount of waves each surfer will count, but it's typically been around 4 waves, top 4. It has kind of, been a floating format, if you will,
right,
for that. But which is, part of the charm of this event is that it's so unique that it's kind of, for locals, by locals, and about the local surfers, with some folks that are obviously from other places invited, like Peru and Japan. And having that, combination of formats and systems and just input from different sources really makes it special.
No, I do love that. And it is a, locally run event with the Hui and our judges and our contest director, and everything is pretty homegrown, but still international in that the athletes that are invited come from various corners of the world. So we're grateful to have these teams, especially in the water right now, Team Peru, and as we saw earlier, Team Japan. So we were talking a little bit about Duke Hanamoku, and when he was in his younger days, I mentioned that in 1893, he would have been 3 years old when his auntie Lili'u Okolani was illegally overthrown. I talked about how shortly thereafter there was
Is that really his auntie? Like,
they said the family was close. To
in Hawaiian culture, everybody's uncle and
but
auntie.
these guys did know each other, right?
But
so
it was that close-knit.
Duke's father was named Duke also, and he was named by Princess Bernice Pauahi, who named him from the Duke of Edinburgh, who came and visited Hawaii the year that he was born. So there were some close connections and ties with the family. Duke's father was also involved with, and Duke himself too, involved with politics and also as a sheriff and other things. So he did wear many hats, and his family was connected to the royal family. Not directly so. Duke probably wasn't next in line to be king, so to speak. But nonetheless, their families were connected. And so after the queen is overthrown, I talked about how Grover Cleveland, who becomes president shortly thereafter, admonishes to restore the queen to power. But there's limbo at that point. And the main limbo is that they were sort of undecided. There were some folks in Congress who supported the idea of annexing Hawaii to the United States, because those that overthrew the kingdom were now the so-called acting government, and they sent in a bill to the United States requesting annexation of the Hawaiian kingdom, despite the fact that they weren't technically the Hawaiian kingdom. And so that's where the story gets kind of interesting twists and turns. And we talked about the surfer Prince Jonah Kuhio and his good friend and football player John Henry Wise, who played football under the brilliance of John Heisman. Those guys started to get uneasy because like a couple of years started going by and nothing was changing. It was like, okay, we already heard the President of the United States recognizing that this was an act of war, and we've had investigations come and confirm that, and the United States is not recognizing this overthrow, and yet the Queen still isn't back in power. So the admonition from Grover Cleveland and others to the Queen of Hawaii was, just be patient. If some sort of revolt takes place, I don't know if the United States can back you in that. But a couple years go by in 1895, John Wise and Kuhio start to plan and like, look, bro, I'm getting impatient here. We have enough brothers here who can take them out. Let's go ahead and do this. So there was an attempt to restore the Queen back to power. Unfortunately, there was a whistleblower that gave out the inside information. And so the guns that were being smuggled over from San Francisco were intercepted.
And
they
were delivered.
And then they all ran up to the hills in hiding as, the provisional government forces went and tracked them down. And here we have someone trying to track down this wave.
Further on the inside, just trying to get something before time expires and their final
testing out that board, see if it can bounce good.
Yeah, I guess so. Testing its volatility or its sturdiness.
But they were all thrown in jail, including Prince Jonah Kuhio was imprisoned. So was the Queen thrown in prison in her house arrest, we call it, in the Iolani Palace. If you ever have a chance, I've talked a lot about Bishop Museum. Go check out Iolani Palace, too. Iolani Palace is a really cool tour. My favorite is going downstairs in the basement. You can see a bunch of, they have some displays of the Queen's jewelry that she wore and some of the kitchen and the foods. You can see a menu of what they served, and really beautiful place.
Team Peru right there waving the flag for the final 2 minutes of their round number 6. But yeah, Iolani Palace, Bishop Museum, really great sources of not only historical learning, but just of reverence and just to, especially at the palace, that
they've got
imagine what was going on there.
Great collection of old surfboards, Hawaiian artifacts in there. You can see Duke Hanamoku's board is always on display there on the 3rd floor of the Hawaiian Hall. Beautiful place and worth the $20 or whatever it costs to get in there. You won't regret it.
Yeah, and not only Hawaiian history and culture, but all of the Pacific Island cultures have their different little zones. Correct. And very cool to see some of the similarities, but also really astonishing to see the differences.
Yeah.
To someone across the world, the same way we would be towards other cultures we're not familiar with.
Yep.
You kind of just have these assumptions of parallels and similarities. But, when you start to get into the details, it's like, wow, Tongan from Hawaiian to Samoan to Maori is so much different stuff.
Yep.
Under a minute remaining, Team Peru really hoping for something special to happen in their final seconds of this year's Backdoor Shootout. Always a pleasure to watch these competitors perform at Pipeline, and long history with surfing from Peru as well. going way back. They're also kind of not in contention, but have these old kind of wicker-looking vessels that they made way back when that, have similar looks to a surfboard, but different material.
Correct.
So a lot of historical surfing references in Peru. And speaking of historical, there's the applause for Team Peru. They'll go down in this backdoor shootout and be part of history now.
Correct.
Their event is done, and we'll be right back with more action from the Hui BackDoor Shootout right after these messages. Stay tuned. The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Oheinalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. And welcome back. Look at this. J.O.B. right as we tune in, side slipping into a pipe bomb and comes out with a bunny hop over a photographer. And hopefully he's okay if J.O.B. knows how to navigate in heavy traffic. But, man, that was a crazy drop. Slid right into it. Great timing. Zone Media back just in time. You saw those epic, slowed down, high-def replays, highlights from Eric Ippel. That guy's been doing great work in the water for decades. Mahalo, Ippel Films, for those great clips. Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, Jamie O'Brien, who we just saw, featured here for Team NSB North Shore Boys. And they are looking strong right here again in round 6, bro.
Yeah, just during that break, we had a lot of action. I heard the beach erupting. We're going to check out some of these replays. Jamie O'Brien side slipping, drags his elemu in the barrel, out with the spit. Even he is a little, stoked on that one.
Yeah.
Almost kills a cameraman, but beautifully done. The master watching him here at Pipeline in his element.
We don't have squirrels here, but he was looking squirrely on that takeoff. A little shaky, got the little tail drift going on, and then reconnected, reestablished. I mean, unfazed. He's J.O.B. Pipe master, pipe pro champ multiple times. This event, a winner as well. Yeah, so a pipe trifecta for Jamie O'Brien, and looked very comfortable in a very shaky spot.
For sure. And I mean, there's memorable regular footers in, at Pipeline, but, in the earlier days of Pipeline, in the 70s and into the 80s especially, like Jerry Lopez, it seemed like to be a goofy foot was definitely an advantage.
Right.
Until you started seeing guys, Michael Ho, of course, was ushered in that era of the pig dog backside grab rail. But I really feel like it was Andy and Kelly Slater and J.O.B. who kind of took it to that next level. Then, of course, John and so many others now just taking it to the next level of side slipping like we just saw with Jamie. And, that really almost in some ways preferenced the regular footer at Pipeline, able to slow down.
The look of it being more dramatic and all of those things added up could be very true. We're going to take you down to the beach with Mahina Maeda standing by with one of our Team Peru surfers. Take it away, Mahina. We are going to give it back to Rocky and Isaiah in the booth. So not going to take you down there just quite yet. When you are in sand and salt and water, outdoor environment, the small kind technical difficulties, STDs in that regard, small kind is one word there, are very, tricky to deal with. So,
right.
you got to account for that. So Zone Media getting the backup mic ready.
Maybe she got distracted with that new poor Kenny lei she's wearing today.
So fragrant and so beautiful. Hand strong.
So shameless.
Organically hand strong.
Handmade, hand strong. Yeah, if you're with us on...
Made with love and aloha.
On Friday, I was talking up some of my old man hobbies, and one of those
Tutukane hobbies, bro.
Making lei, and my tree is just starting off, so it's just kicking off the new season of poor Kenny flowers, and so I'm at the point where I'm probably making 2 leis every other day.
Nice.
And it'll probably get to the point where it'll be about 4 leis.
All right. What is your, I know you're stringing stuff there. So, what do you got in the background? Like music or podcasts or backdoor shootout maybe?
Mostly it's just, our household is often pretty full, especially during breaks and stuff when our kids are home from college.
Yeah.
And, so it's mainly just listening to whatever they're doing. I have a daughter named Hivalani, and she's quite a young, budding musician. And so she plays a lot of Hawaiian music in the house, which is really cool.
Oh, that's so awesome.
For us. In fact, check it out. Go to HPR, Hawaii Public Radio. They have for the Olelo Hawaii month. So we celebrate Hawaiian Language Month in February. And
how come we picked the shortest month?
Shortest month. So anyway, they're having a bunch of Hawaiian music from Hawaiian language speakers, and my daughter's group Kilia was selected to be one of them.
Oh, that's beautiful!
Oh my gosh!
Oh man,
Pipeline selected that guy to be slammed into the bottom.
Yeah, that was a very treacherous wipeout. We're gonna keep watching, make sure he's okay. This is Team NSB and.
Conrad,
I think that's Conrad Carr who has rejoined the team. They've been a team that has been subbing guys in and out.
Right.
And here's the replay. Just gets hung up. And the bottom drops out. And there's not much you can do once you're at a certain point. It is just pray that you don't hit the bottom too hard. Because you're going to hit the bottom no matter what. Pipe is all about when. If.
This guy, I don't think many people are, he's not a professional surfer. He did have a stint there for a little while, Conrad Carr, but interesting character. I know him because he's a graduate of my institution.
Okay.
Went to BYU Hawaii.
Yeah.
And comes from Malibu. And when he was here at BYU Hawaii, he decided to, as many of our students do, decided to go on a 2-year service mission. And went to Siberia.
Oh, wow.
Learned Russian. Anyway, we'll come back to some of the interesting life turns of Conrad Carr. But I think we got our mic fixed down there at the beach, so we're going to hear from Mahina. Take it away.
Aloha, guys. Down here at the Bonsai Pipeline at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. My name is Mahina, and I have Cristobal DeCole from Team Peru. From a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate pipe today?
Well, always surfing pipeline is a 10-point right feeling. And being out there with your friends is just unbelievable. It's a dream come true. And today the waves are fun. Actually, here and then there's a really good wave coming through. The conditions are perfect. We're having a great day.
If you can score yourself, obviously this format is completely different from an ordinary contest. We don't rate the perfect score as a 10. We actually have the highest score being a 12. For your last wave, what do you think your score would be?
My last wave, maybe, I don't know, like a high 6 or a 7, maybe, I don't know. It wasn't the one as you take your breath out, and it's an excellent score in this event. But I definitely take it, and I love the ride.
I'm loving the humbleness that you have. I love the support that you guys have on the beach. Jose's been a huge support for you guys, especially waving the Peruvian flag. And he was also a competitor, being a part of the whole SUP division.
Yes.
What do you feel about that?
Well, I think one of our power force is how united we are. And we love coming here to Hawaii and spend time here. And Jose Jarita Gomez has been one of us since the beginning. He's have done this job way long time before us, and love to have him here and support us on the beach with his pure vibe of Peruvian aloha.
Well, that's amazing to hear, and you did wrap up on your last heat, so let's just hope that your scores count and Team Peru will be in top 3 or something like that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for having us, and can't wait to do it again next year.
Amazing to hear that. Thank you so much. And since I've been actually kind of telling you guys to speak Pidgin, it's my turn to speak some Spanish. Viva la Peru!
Vamos! Woo!
Back to you guys.
Love it.
All right, Mahina, Hawaiian, Japanese, and Spanish, and English. Got it going on. Thank you for that interview with Cristobal. And you can just feel the gratitude and appreciation kind of beaming through every one of those Peruvians that she's talked to that are so humbled and grateful to be here.
Yeah, for sure. What's interesting is Japan we talked about Japan's connection with Hawaii, and but Japan has some interesting migrations of Japanese folks who've gone to South America, particularly in Brazil. You have these communities of Japanese in Brazil. And a lot of them are surfers, too.
What I learned at Leeward Community College, I'll never forget because it surprised me so much, is at that time, this was, play the harp music of like going back in time, was early 2000s, that the biggest population or the largest population of Japanese outside of Japan is where? And it was Brazil was the answer. It was pretty, I thought maybe Hawaii, we got a lot of Japanese folks here. But yeah, that is a very interesting connection going back to plantation days.
We're talking about Chinese people everywhere.
But
Japanese, it's a smaller nation. Still lots of people, but so it's kind of uncommon to think of that. Here we go. Oh no! Take a bow, Conrad.
Yeah, that was the ankle kisser. That was very precarious going into that barrel. We'll see the slow-mo replay of just how steep the drop is, looking in the tunnel vision camera. And somehow was able to hold on and at least stay in the barrel, get under the lip. So we talked about that, that entry into the barrel.
Yeah.
So tricky. And if you get caught, trying to sneak in and get slapped, it's going to be a horrendous wipeout. So thankfully he was able to make it under the lip, but just goes to show you how steep these drops really are. And as you mentioned, he's, back now from Siberia. And doing 2 years over there.
The twists and turns of his life story is pretty intriguing. Apparently he was like a real whiz at math.
Okay.
And had a real math brain. When you interact with him, he's a little interesting character,
Yep, eccentric.
But went on with that math brain to, I think he got involved with some kind of cryptocurrency stuff. And
some financial gains.
And did it apparently extremely well with stuff, and then also into real estate, and he did these things where he was interviewing homeless people, and then he went on like this walk across America or something. Anyway,
wow.
So I don't mean to speak, with limited information, but definitely an interesting character, and that's why I'm just like I'm intrigued by him being in this team. It's a pretty cool story. It's kind of definitely something like him to just sort of randomly do some stuff.
I feel like he's got that kind of whimsical personality and character that will get you from Siberia into the backdoor shootout within the same calendar year.
A little bit of Forrest Gump action.
But very cool to have him part of the event, and surfing with Team NSB, North Shore Boys. And they're looking pretty strong with Billy Kemper's waves that he's been able to accumulate. Had a slower start than he would like in the first couple of rounds. And then also Baron Mamiya came on a pretty good round 3 and 4 from the other day. And, Eli's been solid. Jamie's been talk about a slow start. Jamie had a bit of a slower start too.
Right.
And then was able to get that wave we just saw in the beginning of this heat. Even got one in round 5 and a couple on the last Friday that we ran. So starting to kind of amass the good scores. The usual suspects are emerging.
Yes. Yeah, and definitely Jamie O'Brien is one of those usual suspects for sure. Team NSB. And, I mean, if we want to go back to some stories of Duke Onomoku, we can go back there and back in time and space. Duke Onomoku, of course, we were talking about 1893 when he was a 3-year-old, and then when he was 5 years old, that's when I mentioned that some of these folks were thrown into prison. Interesting story. Prince Jonah Kuhio, that's where he found his love of his life. She came and delivered to him while he was in jail his favorite foods, fish and poi.
Oh, wow.
And won his heart over, and they eventually got married. Then he went off, talking about some interesting life adventures, he went off to South Africa, where he fought in the Boer Wars, had an opportunity to invest in diamond mines, didn't do it, which, maybe that probably would have worked out good for him, but nonetheless, he traveled around the world and was kind of avoiding some of his political foes that were in Hawaii, until Hawaii becomes, the territory of the United States in 1898, which also has some, illegality of how that happened. I could get into that later, but he ends up coming home because he realizes that now the voting rights have been restored of the Hawaiian people because of these Organic Act that's passed and allows Hawaiians to vote again. And here we go. Almost. I was voting for him to catch that wave.
He peeked over the shelf and looked over the ledge and was far too deep, so did not take off on that one.
Now the guys from the provisional government that end up, being the ones that overthrow the queen and such, they were not happy about the fact that voting rights were re-extended to Hawaiians. During the Hawaiian Kingdom, we talk a lot about it's a monarchy, and sometimes, especially Americans, have negative connotations toward monarchies, but it was a constitutional monarchy, so people still had a voice in voting and other things like that. So when the vote returned to the Hawaiian people, Kuhio was next in line to be king. Actually, his cousin Ka'iulani would have been queen, but she died tragically and at a very young age. So he comes home and he's like, I'm next in line anyway. If I go home, I'm going to get voted in. And sure enough, he does, and he becomes the one elected congressman lives in Washington D.C. And that's a time period that Duke Onomoku is most grown up surfing in Waikiki is what we call the territory period, which is from 1898 to 1959 when Hawaii becomes a state. So that whole era, interestingly, Duke lives in Kingdom of Hawaii, the provisional government, the territory of Hawaii, and then the state of Hawaii. And look at this.
Kala Grace. And he's trying to get through every phase of this barrel from beginning to end, but only gets to the middle of that one, not out the other side, but great effort from Kala Grace. And, yeah, that is very interesting of just when you look at the different phases of Hawaii that Duke was growing up in when he was born and what he lived through and what he was able to do with, his skill ultimately was, the foot in the door to all these travel opportunities, to some of these, served as a sheriff in Honolulu. So into law enforcement, just a well-rounded,
it's a paddle battle.
Very talented person. Here is a talented person paddling for this wave.
There we go. No, too deep.
Had a little bit of a chip on the end of it that he did not like. And even as someone as skilled and accomplished here at Pipe, Jamie O'Brien saw that probably not the best opportunity there. So even though, when you work that hard for something like that and you get to that point, it's really difficult to pull back.
Right.
Because you've already tracked this thing for, across the lineup. Conrad.
Oh, let's see if we can make one of these. I was interested because it looked like Billy Kemper was. It was either Billy or Barron that was kind of right next to Jamie on that one. I wonder if that means that you hand over priority to your friend after that, or if there's agreement like, bro, nobody could have made that one.
Right.
Or if it's like, oh, why you never go? I would have gone.
Yeah, the teamwork, camaraderie versus also like, I want to get a good one too. And I was in the spot, or you were in a better spot. But it is definitely a lot of, there's one of them on the end. Billy was sure that Jamie was going.
Even Billy. What we didn't see in the screen, I'm realizing, is that there was a section that was breaking right where Billy was. So I don't think Billy could have caught that one. He was dipping in it, and I think that's when Jamie realized, like, oh, this thing's already breaking on the shoulder.
Right.
Which sometimes you can still backdoor it, but apparently not on that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb. A guy like Jamie is not going. That it probably wasn't possible. But
us couch surfers over here critiquing.
Wooden chair patio surfers.
We call those in academia armchair anthropologists.
Okay.
From the comfort of your own home, you can critique the world and society.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that
without
changed.
even lifting a shovel. All right, just about 10:30 remaining. So Team NSB is 2/3 of the way through their final attempt and sixth round that will determine their placing not only as a team, but we'll see. Can Billy pull the back-to-back backdoor shootout victory? He's still got some time. I don't know where he stands individually, but we know that he's been able to kind of pick through and put together a pretty decent campaign of scores that are keepers. Those numbers still being analyzed and worked on. There's a replay screen for our judges to look at. We've got a really all-star panel of judges. Barton Lynch, Miles Padaka, Kaimana Henry, and Flynn Novak, who spent a lot of time out here. And Love Hodel was in the mix, and he took off to help the team that is going to Australia.
Yeah.
The North Shore Board Riders that are competing in a fun-spirited similar type of event like this, but over in Australia.
Is it at Snapper?
I don't know the specific location.
That would be cool because that wave is even way more crowded than this break.
Yeah, to have that with a few buddies would be more my speed these days.
Looking out, the beautiful drone shots of Hawaii on a Tuesday, the beautiful weather here that we're enjoying with the light easterly trade winds, keeping this lineup nice and smooth. As we saw our Peruvian surfer just say how the conditions are dreamy. So beautiful day here in Hawaii. We're in talking history, something that always stood out to me is the role of surfers in this whole story. From ancient times through the Hawaiian Kingdom times, through the Renaissance and all that. And in fact, that's, not to shamelessly plug, but the Waves of Resistance, a book that I
Yes, please
wrote.
get yourself a copy. I have one that is signed and very great source of information and history. And, being a lifelong surfer, Isaiah can't help but look at it from that perspective, right? Take that surfer's perspective in looking at Hawaiian history.
I think what started that all is just the experience of being in the ocean and seeing the Hawaiian experience as a child from the vantage of the water. You realize that there's a real different story in the ocean and in the lineups, and there's different hierarchies, and so it's something that always intrigued me. Also, this sense of one of the points that I argue in the book is that the ocean and the waves and the surf is like in Hawaiian there's a term called pu'uhonua, a kind of sanctuary. And I try and make the claim that during the time where things like the kingdom was overthrown, we were talking about with 1893 and some of the hardships faced on land and privatization of land and disease and a variety of other things, the ocean was a kind of a place where there was some stability, some comfort, some access to some Hawaiian roots without the control of some of the negative things that were taking over spaces and things on land.
It's a consistent source or element in the sense that, of course, it's always changing, whatever. But politically, socially, it had never really changed.
Right,
and escape.
And that's the point of me setting up in the book, because the real question of the book is trying to answer, like, why did the Hui start and what's up with this club?
Yeah.
And if you think of it in that light, you realize like the surf was something that had really this deep roots and history and worth preserving and protecting, and so it has a much deeper layer of meaning than like territorial for a particular surf spot. It goes much deeper than that when you see the roots and the historical context of what it represented.
Not just the, I want to catch more waves and I want to kick everybody out who doesn't belong here.
Yes.
There's a much more involved and deeper thought process for it. Well, under 6 minutes now for Team North Shore Boys.
Hey.
There is Mahina Chillingworth, Uncle Craig Inouye, and Uncle Raymond right there. And part of the, the brains and bones of the operation that is, putting this event together. We talked about it at the start of the broadcast, just how much work goes into planning the event, getting permits, getting sponsorship, arranging our media coverage, and it's just a once-a-year thing, but it's almost a year-round job. Maybe there's a month of like breathing time after this is done, but the production side, all of the things that happen behind the scenes are just a lot of work, and it seems easy to do from an outsider's perspective of, you pick a waiting period, wait for Pipeline to do its thing. It'll do its thing, and so at some point, and it's just not that easy. And Mahina, thank you so much for everything that has gone so great for this event and getting our teams involved. 8 teams, 5 surfers each, and all vying for the team title and also the individual champion title.
Yeah, and I mean, what's adds to a wrench to the whole equation is the fact that at most sporting events you can plan it, the exact time, exact day, what it is, but this, we wait for waves like this.
Yeah, and conditions like this, and it, takes a lot of patience, a lot of, determination, and looks like, okay, he seems like he's okay. He's above water. The board was sticking up. I couldn't see him behind the board. And looked like he may have looked up in some sort of potential agony, but hard to tell from this vantage point. And
he looks a little gassed here.
Not moving as swiftly as he was in the beginning of the heat, but Pipeline will definitely hand out its, your dues receipt. You got to pay your dues.
A lot of side slipping.
that was a hefty payment right there for Conrad Carr, but
and
apparently he can afford it.
What percentage? Let's just, maybe from your experience of surfing pipeline, what are the odds of you on a wave like that hitting the bottom? Is it like 1 in 5, 1 in 2,
it's
1 in
more
20?
Like 4 out of 5.
Wow.
Yeah. You're gonna. It's not a matter of if, it's when, and it's also like the severity.
Yes.
Sometimes you'll graze it, or it's always there. You feel it almost every wave that you wipe out on.
If you're lucky, it's just your feet touching it.
Your
you push
feet,
off
or
of
maybe
it.
like your hand or whatever. Or sometimes you slam and you're like, "Ow, that hurt." I've been like very fortunate, having horrible wipeouts that I never did really hit my head too hard.
Yeah.
I did get staples, on a portion from one grazing, and never been put out for more than like 2 weeks. Right. I've had some where I hit my elbow so hard, like pile drive into the reef, and just can't move my arm for a week or two.
Wow.
But nothing broken, thankfully. But it, countless boards snapped and broken. And some boards where you just, this thing is so magical. And one day it's not going to be there if you keep doing what you're doing. And when it does happen, it's like, it's like your dog just died, or like, you lost a friend, like, oh man. And they never work the same, despite what anybody says trying to put it back together. They're not meant to be, repaired and performed the same in that way, but it's possible. No guys who would do that, but yeah, it is more often than not you're hitting the reef.
Obstacle left, pulls into this one. Oh
man, that was a really nice effort. Beautiful drone shot too, following along.
It might have been Barron, which I'm surprised. Usually we would see Barron on wave number 20 at this point.
He's being much more patient if that's him, for sure. And
looks like him.
Looks to be. 1 minute remaining. Team NSB is giving it their last best effort. And Barron was way deep behind the foam ball that you see ruffling through that barrel. And see if he gets a ride from Water Patrol with 45 seconds. I don't think they're only picking up folks from the backdoor section. So unless you're in need of assistance, they'll let you paddle back out from the left. But
now, to surf 6 rounds in any competition, like usually, it was mentioned, Mahina was talking about this too, that this isn't an elimination round, right? So
right.
In a normal context test, the winner is the guy that surfed the most throughout the day.
Right, the finalists,
keeps
those
getting
guys.
smaller and smaller, but to have everyone surf 6 times is quite a thing, quite a feat,
and
quite a privilege.
We're talking like, as for easy math, 30 minutes per heat. I think day one we had time constraints to do 28 minutes or something, but really 30 minutes, so that is 3 hours of pipe surfing. And we'll be back with more pipe surfing when we return after this short break to the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Stay tuned for more action like that.
Hui ho.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui O'He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Oh, the beautiful aerial shot never gets old of the Bonsai Pipeline. We're looking at the setup here of the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025. And we are in heat number 3 of this round 6. That will be Team Snapped 5. A lot of numbers were thrown out there. Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, Parker Coffin. There's the lineup there for Heat 3, Snap 5. And round number 6, the final showdown for this, the Hui BackDoor Shootout. It all comes down to this: Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. We're just pounding some lunch, getting some fuel in us, and ready for the afternoon and see what waves these guys can get.
Yeah, it's been a great day of surf. We've had some action during the break. We take a look at what we missed with the backdoor shootout replay. It looks like Mason Ho. Oh, Thundercats.
He knew that there was not going to be an opportunity to come out of that one. I believe that's Benji Brandt. And
Eli Olsen.
Was previous heat, I think, of
Making
Eli.
his way in.
But that was pretty good one from Benji Brandt, looking at the aerial view, courtesy of the Zone drone.
Jeez,
taking you from the sky, looking down, and then we're going to get down on the beach with Mahina Maeda, who's standing by with Jamie O'Brien.
We are down here at the pipeline. My name is Mahina. I'm here with Jamie O'Brien from Team North Shore Boys. I get kind of confused, obviously, because everyone's a North Shore boy. Yep. Speaking of your last heat, that was your last heat of this whole event. I feel like that very last wave that you had, where that sketchy drop, was kind of your wave.
Yeah, it was crazy. That wave came in and it popped up a little bit further than normal because the waves are like really peaky when it comes in at the 315-degree angle. It really chips them up, and I was like trying to get out to it because I wasn't far enough out, and then it's like mid paddling halfway up the face. I just turned and Billy's like, go! I was just going no matter what. Drop was super critical, super late. I mean, honestly, everything I love about Pipeline, just that factor where it's like the oh shit factor where you get scared, and made the drop, then had to navigate to pull up and get under it, and the wave was just going nuts inside foam balls, and it started spitting, and I was just like, what? That's why I surfed this contest, is just to get a wave like that alone.
I feel like you're very critical with pipe, knowing every detail about it, saying, like how you just said, 315 degree. Speaking of being overly critical when it comes to like different levels of drops, I feel like that drop that you specifically had on that wave was ultra critical. And can you tell us the reason why you think it would be an excellent score?
I think maybe it was one of the bigger waves of the day. Heavy drop. Scary. Those are the ones you fall and you get hurt. So I was glad I didn't fall. And just a lot of dynamics going on in the wave. It was not an easy wave to be ridden. I barely made the drop, barely made the barrel, barely made the foam ball, and spit out. Heavy spit. I don't know. I just felt like it should be an 8. Hope so. The judges have been a little harsh on the boys this go around, but obviously there is 12s out there, and they're holding back and waiting for it. So I don't think I was a 12, but I'm pretty psyched on that wave.
It definitely ticked all the boxes from what I saw. And then I guess just kind of a little bit sidetracked, but you have Malia, who's been doing amazing, board caddies, not just you, but all the other boys in the contest and stuff. Yep. How is that having? She's right here on the side.
Yeah, she's been great. Halfway through the contest, she's like, I want to be your board caddy. I was like, we're on. And she's bringing the good vibes, and we're loving it, and couldn't have done it without her.
Well, that's super amazing to hear. And, you know, shout out to Malia. She's doing an amazing job being the board caddy for all the boys. And
Come say hi. This is my board caddy right here.
Here's a couple of things to say.
Thanks to my family for letting me skip school. Thanks to all my sponsors for just setting me up with all this stuff. And thanks for Jamie for being so nice. And Uncle Eddie Rothman for getting me in this event. And yeah, that was all done. And thanks Mahina for letting me interview.
Future of the North Shore right there. Let's go.
Well, that's great to hear, and congratulations, and we'll hope to see that there's more. The results will come in with a really good result.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mahina. And JOB, you know, breaking it down for us. I like, you know, we talked earlier of surfers just, you know, automatically become like amateur, like blue-collar meteorologists, you know, just by trade because of the passion for the ocean and environment. So, you know, talking about the degrees of where the swell's coming from as we watch this swell.
Gosh,
that was Parker Coffin going over
coffin.
backwards.
Clay Marzo,
yep.
Pulling into this one, isn't able to come out. Oh, that wave of Parker, though, is heavy.
Oh, it's so scary if you catch your outside rail like that and you're a goofy footer and you're going over like backwards, looking at the lip following you down, just knowing that your imminent destruction is about to happen. And then that point you go, you know, I like people say, you know, you can claim you're not religious until you're in a foxhole. You know, you can claim you're not religious until you're going over the falls at Pipe. You're like, please, God, Jesus, oh my gosh, this is going to be very painful. And checking his board, Parker looks to be okay, thankfully. And how about Grom, little Malia getting in there, and she's been like, you know, helping out with like different kinds of broadcasts and helping, you know, obviously doing Jamie O'Brien's board caddying, and then Parker.
Oh my!
Just ultimate vulnerability at its worst, or
backwards,
however. But oh my gosh, it
Head
is like
first.
Oh yeah. That will be a crazy freeze frame.
It's scary too when you hit the water going that fast straight on your head. Your neck can tweak. You know,
yeah.
It's very. We have seen some spinal injuries. You know, it's not good. But some of our professional surfers, when they're surfing these kind of waves, can, you know, get some pretty heavy injuries. We do have us downstairs in the Volcom house here. We have some. A brother that's adjusting people and doing
Jeremy
the massage,
Rice.
Jeremy Rice.
Thank you very much for coming down here. And we've got, you know, obviously Hawaiian Water Patrol is our first responders in the lineup and in the water. And they have their, you know, kits and capabilities and initial treatment. And then, you know, having different folks here with medical experience helps so much to respond if needed. And then, you know, on Sunday we were enjoying the beach down at the Gas Chambers sandbar. The sand has moved all the way down there. And I heard so many sirens. I don't know exactly what happened, but there were a series of sirens along the highway, and that's, you know, more often than not here on the North Shore, ocean-related. So a big shout-out to all of our lifeguards. Mahalo, you guys and girls, for just the daily duties of beach and ocean safety and, you know, reporting to work, looking after all of us that enjoy the ocean and the beach, you know, no matter the experience level, the ocean can have a way of overcoming, and it's so great to know that you guys are there. Thank you.
Yeah. And again, we've talked a lot. We're fortunate on day 1 and 2 have Cliff Botello up here, and he works, of course, with the Water Patrol. And here we have a rider.
That's Clay.
Like Clay Marzo, standing tall, making it look simple.
Oh, brah. Play-Doh.
Play-Doh.
You know, because Clay.
Got it. Our pun master.
not
master of dad jokes
and
puns.
Right, exactly.
Clay, beautiful.
DAD, dedicated and domesticated. That's what DAD stands for. Okay, we saw that Little water shot for Clay Marzo, the tunnel vision from Hawaiian Water Patrol and Zone Media. Getting you all the angles. That's our land shot right there, looking from the pipe side.
Yeah, from almost Ehukai Beach Park angle a little bit.
Yeah, looking into the break. Such a great angle to watch the pipeline from. And then we have our other land shot that checks out backdoor and then straight on. It is... full coverage here for Zone Media. Thank you guys for watching, and mahalo to our sponsors. Keiki Beach Bungalows, been at it the last few years sponsoring this event, but they've been around for a long time and kind of the under-the-radar great beachfront place to stay when you want to have a little more privacy, a little more individual service. It's really great to see what they have there at Keiki Beach Bungalows. Mahalo to the North Shore Club, community by Arete over there at Turtle Bay. So multiple options here in the North Shore, but kind of two ends of the spectrum. But Arete and North Shore Club doing native plant restoration and doing other projects there at Turtle Bay. And also mahalo to XL Haleiwa, Haleiwa Distillery, White Claw, Saltwater Society, Pete and Jen doing... some great stuff. Paul and Jen. And they slid me some threads the other day. And happened to run into them down at the beach. And they had some stuff and doing some cool things. Not only putting out some good material and good threads and a cool concept, but giving back a lot. So we appreciate that. Hawaii Volcanic Water, the most purified water in the world. Mahalo. And Namenehune, Umikumaono. Thank you very much. Beautiful. And if you have any interest in all of these, you've got a smartphone.
Check them out.
Get on there, especially Namenehune Umikumaono and Saltwater Society. Some of the names you might be hearing for the first time here.
Yeah. Beautiful day here on the North Shore of Oahu. You did mention there's limited places to stay, though, on the North Shore. Most people, this is the countryside.
Yeah.
As we often refer to town and country, and countryside has, it's not like Waikiki, and we like it to remain country.
It that way.
But so there are, it's kind of cool to have, like you're mentioning, the Keiki Beach Bungalows and others as options to stay. But the North Shore is it's a small community. It's where the birth of the Hui Backdoor took place nearly 50 years ago, as we were celebrating 1975-76 as a very pivotal moment in Hawaii's history as far as modern history. The 1970s ushers in what some people would call a Hawaiian Renaissance, even though, as I mentioned the other day, Uncle Cy Bridges no like that term because he says, bro, in Hau'ula we was always doing what we do.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, there is a rebirth of a renaissance, I suppose, of language, of canoeing, especially the double hull voyaging canoeing, and also, of course, protecting spaces that for a lot of our local and Hawaiian members felt like it was being challenged and threatened and worried of being extinct. We talked about native species and preserving those. That's a good thing. But also the living human cultural elements we want to preserve as well, including language, surfing, canoeing, and a variety of other arts that we celebrate here in Hawaii. Beautiful drone shot looking into the wave here at Pipeline, which is the left.
Yeah, look at that pullback, straight on shot of the complete wave that we just saw break, going to the right and to the left. There's the shot of the lineup, pulled in close on our surfers for Team Snapped 5. 16 minutes or so remaining. So approaching the halfway point and getting down to their final attempts here for round 6. This year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Looks like Josh taking a look at this backdoor wave. Paddle, steep drop. Let's see if he can come out of this one.
Oh,
so
man.
Close.
Gosh, so much of these drops have been like a lot steeper than what, I don't know, what we're used to seeing or what they appear to be when they're paddling for the wave.
Yeah, everybody's got their toenails scratching to the deck of their board, trying to make sure that they stay connected. And it does, it's a good observation because it does seem to cost a lot of people that ability to kind of get that bottom turn in that gives you the speed to come out of the barrel.
Yeah, so you're trying to keep your fins and your rail engaged to have the best chance to kind of knife through that bottom part of the wave and then pull up into the barrel. And whenever your rail or your fins become disengaged, you lose that traction, and therefore it affects your timing of getting in the barrel, your ability to, maybe not even get in the barrel. But it is, a very delicate art to lose traction and land on the bottom and still be able to bottom turn in the barrel. I've seen Johnny Boy do it at this event, the very first one. I saw it live on the beach here. Blown away by how he did that.
Wow. Yeah, JBG. Definitely one of those guys in the 80s and who was showing us how to surf backdoor with a lot of power surfing.
And his backhand attack of just those under-the-lip snaps where, he looked like, he was literally throwing everything plus the kitchen sink into those turns.
Talked about other guys like Dane Aloha, who was a master at backdoor, and Marvin Foster, who showed us some great backdoor tube riding at backdoor. Backside, grab and rail. A variety of other folks that we celebrate here in our community, many of which are no longer with us.
Right. Yeah, just Marvin a few years ago, and gosh, that's been a while now. Yeah. It's like, when you get older, it's like a few years means like 10 plus.
Yeah.
And then, Dane more recently.
Dane Killoy, yep.
Yeah. And just countless, and as we get older, it'll never, the number's always going to grow of who we're losing. So we'll just be thankful, show a lot of aloha and remembering, and be grateful every day. That is something we try to carry in daily existence of just gratitude. I think that helps a lot.
For sure.
Look at this set coming in here. Snapped 5, looking for a scoring opportunity. If the numbers are reflecting correctly, I'm not going to give too much away because there's we haven't officially been told anything, but there are strong numbers from this team.
Benji Brand got this one. He's threading the needle, comes out, powers through that.
South African mana.
One of the few we've been talking about. That once that clamp at pipeline pushes down, it's hard to bust through it. But he willed himself out of that one. Maybe that low center of gravity.
Yeah. Helped. Look at this water shot. The tunnel vision cam looking right into the barrel, and the curtain closes. But Benji says, bro, I'm not powered my performance yet.
The show is not over.
Yeah.
He did go take a high line, though, right? We were talking about that earlier. That your success rate is better at pipe when it does that. You're able to kind of come out high on that one. And
still, that one just had nowhere to go except through.
Right.
There's a saying where sometimes you go under, sometimes you go over, sometimes you just got to go right through.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great ride from Benji Brand. Benji, as you mentioned it previously, from South Africa, but has lived here in Hawaii on the North Shore for quite a while now. Has established himself as a local surfer here now. And
yeah, we're getting a shaka from one of our Zaffas, part of our crew. Christian is part of our Zone Media team here and loves when the South Africans are doing cool stuff.
Yeah.
And we love Christian, too, because he's cool.
By the way, I don't know if you were able to see the Shaka documentary, but that came out.
I haven't yet.
It was in the Hawaii Film Festival. I had a real kind of privilege to go. I wanted to watch it in my hometown in Hilo, so I flew down, brought some of my kids with me, and we watched it in the Palace Theater, in the Hilo Historic Palace Theater, which is quite the experience. Hawaii International Film Festival, some great showings this year, but the Shaka film goes through the history of the Shaka and where it evolves from. And essentially, not to spoil it for you, but a lot of it, roots come from a variety of different places. But if you pinpoint it on the individual that originated it, it was a Hawaiian gentleman named Hamana Kalili from Laie, who
right around the corner here.
Right around the corner. There's this big statue of Hamana Kalili at the Polynesian Culture Center.
You know, and then you mentioned the steel guitar earlier.
Yep.
Coming, from someone in Kahuku.
Yep.
I mean,
get some innovators.
Some really cool random innovations and origins of things that you may have never known. But I just the North Shore, being a lifelong resident here, still continues to amaze me.
Yeah, for sure.
The more information you find out about things, and the deeper you dig into history. Here's Mason Ho, another North Shore brother from Onatamata. Not much happening for Mace on that one.
Yeah, it is cool. It's a small town, but a lot of talent that comes out, a lot of creativity.
Yeah.
A lot of arts and culture. And here we go. Clay Marza way up on the nose.
Oh, wow.
Squats down low.
Yeah.
Stands tall from tall to short. He's doing that's pretty good strategy because we were talking about that the exit gets smaller and smaller, and so he was coming out the door, the rabbit hole.
I mean, he is just really, like we talked about, his body control, standing tall. Next thing you know, he's like 2 feet off the ground and very flexible and malleable. I just gave the joke away, but what award does Gumby always get no matter what sport he plays? Most malleable player.
I love your dad jokes.
I wrote those dad jokes. Yeah, bruh. Woohoo. Yep, we got to get them all in, before we end this edition of the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025. It's been so great with the different kinds of conditions we've had. Longboarding performances were amazing. A new champion that we crowned, Kala de Soto. And then our SUP champion, I believe Anthony Maltese, had that beautiful barrel during the SUP finals. So showcasing different forms of wave riding.
Here he goes.
Mace.
Mason Ho stalling, grabbing rail, staying in that barrel, comes out right over the cameraman, floats the boat.
Oh, nice.
Ah, beautiful, Mason. Another turn. Out the back.
Parker.
Parking in that barrel. Oh. Unfortunately, that lot is closed.
Yeah, he was staying too long in there and could not come out. They put up the chains. His car was stuck.
Party wave.
Man.
Oh, no.
Benji and Clay getting a little close there. Thankfully, everybody's okay.
Been a couple of party waves in this team today, but hopefully they're all good with the fun. I've never really thought about there's no real interference in this contest, is there?
No, not in this team event. I believe if you're surfing in the longboard and SUP, which is a more traditional format with scoring for advancement into the finals, there would be, but this is much more relaxed and very team oriented. So, I would be disappointing to see teams start to try to hassle each other, but I don't think that's going to happen. So it's really a great format.
I did like your dad jokes, but before there were dad jokes in Hawaii, there was Portuguese jokes.
Oh yeah. And you being of Portuguese descent have, I'm sure, heard them all.
I have heard them all. I don't know. I feel like I've explained this every year at the Backdoor Shootout. But, there's hours of footage, and who knows who listens to most of it. So I'll give a little story behind the Portuguese jokes in a second. Let's see these sets coming in.
Yeah, it is.
Folks are stroking out to the
something
horizon.
That's popping up out there. 6 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for this swell to get here. It's all about positioning and which surfer is going to be in that best possible spot to take advantage. Clay was just a little too far back. Everyone else was quite deeper. The photographers are getting spit on. They're hanging out right there on the shoulder trying to get the epic shot. Is Parker Coffin.
Oh, my gosh. He's pulling the trigger. Late drop. A bomb.
Tunnel vision
Come
for
on, let's
Parker.
go.
Just too much turbulence in there. Oh, man, that was really nicely done. Parked it perfectly. had all of the elements of a great ride, except the last and final touch is making it out of the barrel, and then it just gets too compressed. So much stuff going on, and Parker, with that, will get another board. Broken board for Parker Coffin.
Shaking it off.
And he'll get a ride from Hawaiian Water Patrol. Looks like Abe Lerner on the operation. Looking at tunnel vision. Did everything right, but needed one more pump. And live action there for
Josh Moniz.
J-Mo.
Heard the beach erupting.
Yeah, we'll see how that turned out for Josh Les Ankles Moniz.
Oh,
and there it is.
Gosh.
Just laying on the trough of the wave. Almost his body parallel with the water. Didn't get extremely deep, but a beautiful shot.
Yeah, great drop. And, wow, the waves look like they've pulsed a little. I don't know if that's just like with a tide change or if we're expecting a little more energy, but those two waves were pretty wide. Like that wave that Parker just got was one of the larger barrels we've seen today. And so cool to see. We still got a lot of energy out there in the ocean, and Pipeline is holding out for the backdoor shootout on our final day of the competition for 2025. So exciting stuff. Portuguese jokes.
Yeah,
in a nutshell, basically we've been similar to dad jokes, but in Hawaii, Portuguese jokes come from our plantation days, and the Portuguese came over on the plantations to work in the fields alongside Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese, Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, some Hawaiians. Most plantations, the Hawaiians were over it.
Yeah.
But the Portuguese were what you call the field bosses, many of them.
Right.
So they weren't like the haole guys who ran the plantation or the manager, but they were the field bosses that were the ones on the horses.
Mostly, yeah, mounted on horse, had this real authoritarian figure approach.
Right, and so, here we go, some action.
Oh, Josh again. Sliding right into another one. Photographers diving out of the way, and no exit for Josh. I think that was Clay having a look on the outside. And, so when the Portuguese were brought over, they were put into that kind of middle management position.
Yeah, and I always tell people it's interesting in Hawaii that Portuguese are not haole as far as designating their identity ethnically. But they're European.
They're European.
So it's like they technically are, if your term...
Like a Spanish person, they have a European descent.
But the reason being, and there's a scholar that suggests this. The reason why is because of class. So the haole didn't see them as like the same category as them. So they're like a lower form of a white folks,
a notch down or so
on the pole. So when people, even to this day, if you ask, what is your what's your background or your ethnicity or whatever, it'd be like, I'm Hawaiian, Japanese, Portuguese, haole. Like they're different distinctions, which is kind of unique. Portuguese also got the gift of gab and were some of the thickest pidgin speakers out there.
Oh, yeah.
Able to preserve our pidgin English language. But also because they were the field bosses, here we go. Oh, my goodness, Benji Brandt.
Yeah. It's like also kind of adopting a Clay Marzo approach, getting way up on the board.
Yep. But because of that, the folks who were, pulling, burning and cutting cane would make jokes to kind of as a form of resistance to the boss, which sometimes, maybe you do too. You're like tired of your boss. You cannot tell him to his face, so you make up one joke. And
had this Portuguese guy who looked just like you. So that is the reason that the subject of these jokes were often the punchline or the setup is about a Portuguese person and not being as smart as the normal person.
Oh, but they smart.
But they are
so smart.
The smart Portuguese. Watch out for those buggers. Like this guy right here next to me, smart Portuguese. But, that's what culturally where it stems from. And, the Chinese, Japanese, all the lower labor were essentially, resisting and making fun of the boss or the ones that they interacted with daily.
And interestingly,
had that relationship.
In a lot of the format of some of these jokes, it was usually, there's three guys.
Yeah.
Right? A Hawaiian, Japanese, and a Portuguese.
Yeah.
And they're all convicted criminals, and they're going to get executed by gunfire. Anyway, I'll return to that joke in a moment. We just ended this heat. You'll have to nail-biter wait for the next heat, so stay with us.
And with that, we'll be right back with more Backdoor Shootout and more Portuguese jokes. Stay tuned. We're having fun. We hope you are too. We'll be right back. The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui O'He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. All right, there's a beautiful shot. Look at the rooftop. It is all spaces being used for viewing and for sun tanning, collecting some vitamin D here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. There's the scaffolding with our judges. Beach announcer Iolani Adams, the Hawaiian Hawk, I heard him say, doing a great job getting the info out to our beachgoers and competitors, and also our Volcom House perch with our Team Japan, Shimpei Horiguchi, Ryaru Ito, Riku Matsumoto, Shogo Harada, and it looks like they put a sub in there. Shohei Kato will be taking this one. It was Kenshin Matsunaga last time. And Shohei Kato getting the call. And we've got our spotter here to help us identify the surfers in the water.
Riku.
And there's Riku Matsumoto. No rainbow shave ice at the end of that one. That was...
Now, we all recognize Shimpei looking at this back door.
Yes.
The blue helmet on, pumping, looking for that section.
Oh, I wanted to say, holy Shimpei, backdoor Horiguchi.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to keep it rolling and keep it flowing.
Keep it rolling and flowing.
And got more shout-outs from the UK. Dave Hunt watching way over there across the Pacific and the Atlantic Pond, depending on which way you go around the world. Here's Shimpei. Thought he was going to lock into a nice one, but the barrel just didn't open up and would not let him enter. Hawaiian Water Patrol will probably be swooping in here soon and helping out Shimpei, but want to say thank you to all of our viewers and folks that have been tuning in and watching from around the globe.
Well, maybe it's time for the finish of the joke.
Okay.
So, Hawaiian guy, Japanese, and a Portuguese guy. They're all convicted criminal. They're going to be executed by gunfire. So they're going to get shot. They go up to the line, and the Hawaiian guy says, "Hey, bro, you on plan, cuz we go distract them. As soon as they about to shoot us, you could distract them. I could run away." So he goes, try watch. So Kekoa goes up. They're about to execute him. Say, ready, aim. And he says, volcano. Watch out, brother. Volcano erupting. Erupting. And pretty low security
apparently
here.
So.
But
like a James Bond movie.
He manages to distract them enough to jump into the sugarcane field and run away. So Mr. Sato realizes, yes, I can do this. Same thing, it's his turn. Ready, aim. He goes, tsunami coming. And again, successful, runs off into the sugarcane and gets away. And Mano, the Portuguese, says, I know if I do this. They put him up, say, okay, ready, aim, fire.
Yeah. Calling out fire in front of a firing squad. There's, in a nutshell, the Portuguese jokes, the way they've been written over the years.
Anyway,
and we heard the
jokes.
origins and the roots and reasons for those kinds of humor that we have here, which, Mr. Sancho Lee is one of my favorite songs.
Sancho Lee.
Which is a song, if you don't know what it is, it's a song of just, about all the different ethnicities and cultures we have here in Hawaii. And we're all able to make fun of each other,
we do.
And laugh about it because a lot of us are all of those ethnicities anyway already. Right. We're a lot of mutts and poi dogs here when you talk about mixed ethnicities. So we're very desensitized from all of that, and I hope it stays that way. And it seems to be we're very unique in the way we do things in Hawaii, and it is most times. No offense intended. Sometimes, yeah, but that's the way we roll, and we love it here. And when you guys come out and hang out with us and visit and experience, we like to show you that same kind of, not only respect, but it's almost like if we tease you, that means we like you.
Yeah.
That's kind of the barometer there.
And Hawaii does have a long tradition of some really good comedians,
right?
From Replinger to many others. We got some cool comedians that are still around today. They're Tumua and
Andy Bumatai,
Island Magic Mike, Andy Bumatai.
I really like Augie's always
Augie
hilarious.
I went to one of Augie's shows. Actually, David Stant went on a double date. David, Laurie, and Rebecca and I, they took us out to watch Augie T and Lanai.
Oh, right on.
Of all places, at this small place in Pearl Ridge Shopping Center.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that place. So I'm getting my material together.
But,
I've been talking about it.
Hilarious.
Making an appearance there one day.
Very fun.
But, yeah, such good, wholesome, too. It's not, I don't.
One
raunchiness has its place,
right.
I like when you're a comedian that can pull it off just about, good, fun, everyday material.
Yeah.
That's really respectable.
I always thought it'd be fun to get Island Magic Mike up on the mic with us over here. He surfs and but
he's from around the corner. Yeah, he used to
went to Kauku.
Yeah, say a musician too, drummer for Sheriff Brown back in the day.
Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, it is a lot of talent besides surfing that Hawaii holds.
And you're right, Rocky. I mean, we have to be able to laugh with each other and sometimes at each other because Hawaii is one of the most diverse places in the world, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, when Hawaii became a state in 1959, some of the critics who were kind of against it were like, well, it doesn't even look like America. Like, look at the people, look at the place. It's, it's just not the same. And that's what makes us special. We do have a lot of different peoples that come from different places, and Hawaiians didn't discriminate against who that they had bebe with.
Yeah.
And so we have a lot of mixed, we call them hapa haole, and a variety of other terms for being of diverse background. And here's a beautiful wave. Shimpei comes out. Oh,
thankful, showing gratitude, very appreciative of that barrel, and what a class act, Shimpei Horiguchi. He's, now part of the veteran status of Team Japan, but I remember when he was just a young, aspiring Japanese surfer, and always charging big waves, shredding small waves, and now getting barreled at pipe for Team Japan in the Hui BackDoor Shootout.
That was a great barrel ride.
Yeah, it was very technically sound and not easy to navigate.
I mean, he, from the peak, it was behind the peak. He rode it well. It was a steep drop, pretty wide open pit, and came out successfully. Good job, Shimpei. Beautiful day in Hawaii, looking at the west end of the island. If you look where that cloud is to the right of the screen, you see Kauai, which is a rare thing to see Kauai from Oahu, but I have seen it once before. And our island,
it is so crazy when you do get to see that far across the channel. It's 92 miles, and so when those special days appear, it is just really an amazing thing. You can look that far and see another island way out there.
No, and it's we do live in an island chain. You were talking about, Rocky, earlier. We talked a little geology and things, and so the island chain. As you move further to the southeast, the islands get younger.
Correct.
The further back, and you mentioned Kauai is one of our oldest islands, but there's actually many other islands who've already sunk.
Yes,
and become atolls.
Above Kauai, You
right?
keep following that trajectory of that 45-degree angle, and
Papahanaumoku is that area.
Midway Island would probably be the most noted for World War II.
Correct. It's just a runway at one point. A lot of bird sanctuaries. It's also one of the biggest protected areas. We want to make sure we keep it protected in that way.
Yeah, no human population as far as, establishing anything up there. It's really, still raw. The Hawaiian honu, the green sea turtle, a lot of nesting sites up there too.
One of the biggest protected areas, actually, of the United States, and so it's a very special area of species of birds. And we do have a monk seal in Hawaii. It's the Hawaiian monk seal. A lot of them live up in those islands up there. Some of them, of course, have come down here as well. So we live in a beautiful but very fragile environment, and when you live on an island, and make sure you're aware of how to take care. And that's what I love about New Earth Project. They've been conscientious of the way that they're approaching our resources, especially as surfers. And these surfers look like they're crossing paths here to see who's going left, who's going right. Some Japanese politeness that looked like Ryaru Ito.
That was Ryaru, and this is Shohei. So Shohei Kato showing us how it's done at Backdoor. He's got the GoPro mount on the helmet. We'll see if we get that queued up, but really nicely done there for Shohei. And looking again on the inside, like, I might just get one more.
Turn around. Is he? Almost.
Thinking about it. So here's
beautiful
Shohei, and a lovely view from inside of that barrel, I'm sure, and standing tall, making that look pretty easy. That was nicely done.
Love it. Our surfers from Japan, Team Japan, is always has a great showing here at the Backdoor Shootout. It looks like a wave they're scratching for here.
Oh, look at this, grabbing the rail from the drone, now to the land shot.
Shogo.
And Shogo works Smada, not Hara Harada.
You. Shigo.
He was really knifing that board in there, had to do some negotiation, and we're going to check the replay, the tunnel vision cam, looking in to Shogo. And,
Beautiful.
Nice work there.
Very well done. And
like I said, it works smarter, not harder.
Smarter, not harder, Harada. Yeah, beautiful waves for Team Japan. And the ocean is still staying really active for us here at the final day of the backdoor shootout. We've been blessed with some great waves. Day 1 and day 2 were kind of death-defying, monster surf way out on the second and even third reef. We even had our competitors sitting out way out there with guys like Mason Ho and Josh Moniz and others were charging those bombs and doing the roll-in. Even Team Japan, I remember Shimpei catching one of the longer waves of the day of the contest from way outside. But today, it's mostly focused just the energy on this first reef and able to see a lot more rides being ridden. Fewer cleanup sets, which is nice for the competitors, although we've seen some horrific wipeouts. Parker Coffins comes to mind of just flipping over the falls backwards, head first.
Bethany had a wave that she was taking over the falls, and just a couple of gnarly, carnage-looking wipeouts that were thankful that so far everybody's been okay. And we got some Auntie Lolo's cookies delivered to our booth.
Oh.
Yeah, these apparently, because Lolo means crazy. They're crazy good.
What's crazy good or what's in them, I'm not too sure.
They're crazy good, Auntie Lolo. Thank you very much. Chocolate chip peanut butter.
In these.
Yeah, I think they're, mostly all-age kind cookies.
Thank you for joining us here at the Backdoor Shootout. We're on the patio here at the Volcom Pipeline House, the historic Jerry Lopez house. Enjoying this beautiful Tuesday afternoon with you.
Yeah, it is Takeoff Tuesday. Here we go, taking off on a nice one at Pipe.
Oh, split
Look at that
peak.
dual vision. Oh, chameleon camera.
Riku.
That was Riku Matsumoto. That time, the Rainbow Shave Ice was available. And he got the ice cream on the bottom and everything.
That was a DOD high level.
Oh, man.
Didn't look like he was going to make it. But
degree of doubt.
Shooting out of that one at the Backdoor Shootout.
Oh, man. What a great wave. And I love the chameleon vision, I call it. With the one eye watching backdoor, the left eye looking over there, the right eye looking over here, pipeline. Oh, man. Great work by Zone Media. Awesome work by Shimpei Horiguchi. I don't think he made this. We were watching Riku and then Shimpei. What if they both came? That would have been crazy, but watch Riku Matsumoto.
Beautiful. Stands tall, so deep. Didn't think he was coming out. And
no way.
Dabra, here we go.
That might be the wave of the event so far.
At least wave of the day. There was some.
Surely wave of the day.
Yeah.
Degree of doubt. Really high on the scale there.
Although, I don't know, man. Jamie had an insane one earlier. We're not judges. We're just commentators.
Yep. We don't make the situation. We just state the situation.
But definitely that was one of those, didn't think they were coming out, came out, amazing ride.
And the way he went into it so casually as we watch, is that Ryaru?
Ryaru Ito.
That's Ryaru Ito at backdoor. Oh. So Riku and Ryaru are the goofy foot surfers for Team Japan.
Live action.
And look at this one.
Shogo deep in the barrel. Come on.
Ho! Shogo works smarter, not harder, harada.
Oh.
Ho! Team Japan putting on a show.
We spoke too soon. We called one of the top waves, and that one, I think, topped it. We'll have to watch the replay and see closer up.
There are very similar aspects to those two waves as far as degree of doubt when we're talking about surfing at pipeline or any barrel spot where you're pulling in the barrel. Any person who knows anything about surfing is watching, and they're thinking, oh, he's probably not going to make that.
Yeah.
And that is the little seed in the brain that will usually pump up the score when you don't think they're going to make it. That was a crazy pump. And right there,
Traveling.
he was, I would say that pump was worth 1,000,000 points. To pump grabbing the rail like that.
Yeah.
But Riku's degree of doubt
Gotcha.
in my opinion, was a little higher because once Shogo got that pump, he was pretty set up.
Right.
You know, but it was an amazing barrel, great wave, going to be an awesome score. But to break down, you know, just my personal technicalities of what I thought, seeing those just in an initial phase, was that Riku's degree of doubt a little higher, in my opinion. Judges also have a screen. They're watching replays over and over again, dedicated to them. So they'll be able to analyze that. But
I agree with you. The degree of doubt was higher on the first wave, and for Shogo was the first wave?
No, Riku
was the first
and then
one.
Shogo the second one.
And definitely he seemed to be so far gone that it didn't seem like he was going to make it out. And then coming out after the spit, which is always a big deal. Maybe I got caught up in Shogo's the beauty of his wave.
It was beautiful,
tall,
aesthetically very beautiful,
and it stayed open. Right, whereas Riku's wave. Well, let's do some comparisons.
Yeah, we'll do it. There's Riku.
First one.
I mean, right there, he's gone. There's no way. The spit has happened.
Boom.
Comes out after.
Right. And this wave has a beauty.
That
and
pump right there
was to it.
I mean, it looks so
spit three times.
It looks so easy from here. But his pump, grabbing the rail.
Maybe we could get some water angles of those. That would be fun.
But that was back-to-back excellent scores for Team Japan.
And the whistles keep going, which means there's more surf. And, boy, the ocean turned on for Team Japan in this heat. Conditions are ideal. Surf looks consistent. And
there's more on the way.
More on the way.
11 minutes, 50 seconds still remaining, so plenty time for Team Japan to keep piling on the scores.
Shimpei. No. Oh, look at the coloring.
Just the crystal blue.
Not a piece of water out of place.
Yes. Very well
Drop
said
of
on
water
that.
was the word I was looking for. But check this out. Just how pristine. Mind surf this thing. Even with that chandelier.
Yeah, I still made it.
I punched through that one.
I came out after that spit. I got a 12.
Oh, look at this thing. Ooh.
Oh, Shimpei. A little hesitant on that one, and maybe it ran away from him a little bit, but just blowing its guts out.
And 11 minutes on the clock.
Still plenty time.
Plenty time.
Yep. Not even 2/3 of the way through. Still a chunk of this heat remaining. And speaking of chunk, I got a nice Auntie Lolo's cookie, which is
cookie. Talofa Samoas. Mine is called Talofa Samoa.
Okay, you know why?
Because the Girl Scout cookie Samoas.
And I like that flavor, so I bet that is very tasty. Thank you, Auntie Lolo's cookies.
Wow, these are Lolo.
Check them out at your local grocery and find out online where you can find them. I believe there should be a website here. Okay.
It's like a paddle here.
Potential in the water. Eyes on the lineup. Drone to land. Still 10 minutes remaining for Team Japan. And look at this one. Shaping up. Somebody's going. That is Riku Matsumoto.
Shave ice in the house.
Staring at the roof of that one. I thought he was going to reach up and tickle it. I call it the roof tickler.
That's when you know you've been enjoying the smorgasbord when you're at this point like, hey, what do I do next? Okay, I'll look up at the ceiling here.
Enjoy.
Might as well. There's only 5 of us. I've caught many of these waves looking for something next to do. Yeah, beautiful, pristine conditions right now at Pipeline. The backdoor shootout. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 the Hui BackDoor Shootout. We are into round number 7. Heat numbers. Round number 6. Heat number 4.
Yep.
And we've been doing this. This is our 4th day of competition, and scored some incredible waves. And what's your thoughts? I hear a lot of people saying that the backdoor shootout always gets the best surf of all the competitions
I mean, it's you're partially, there is an element to that,
Right.
but I think the vibe is so good. Some of it may be psychological.
Okay.
Because